Okay, the title of this recording will probably be something like Theological Vocabulary. Um, I've been having discussions and perhaps even arguments or debates or conversations with someone who has a form of theological belief that I vehemently disagree with and I believe is fundamentally corrupt. Um, they come from a religious tradition or a religious belief system which is not without its worldly merits, but I think that in some sense it is fundamentally um, akin to any other system of, I mean, in some sense, the only merit that it sort of has is that any large enough system that is meant to sort of be self-consistent will have an internal balancing system within it in some sense. And because of having to sort of judiciously conserve that internal balance, it will, on some level, it will be able to propagate some dimensions of reciprocal obligation in some sense. It will have some measure of having an equal amount of rights and duties which it self imposes as well as it externalizes in some sense. But those features will not be fluid, they won't be organic, they'll be from some kind of writ, they'll be from some kind of canonical feature which will be embedded in the framework narrative itself in some sense. So it'll be a dead system in some sense. It won't be a fluid system. Um, and it'll be locked into the features that are used essentially to found the narrative to withstand to hold up the narrative. The pillars of the narrative will create those levers of anyway. Okay, and now I'm just making general comments from the outside. Let me get sort of inside it and talk about it. But essentially, you can take all the gospels and you can take most of the thing and you can make a cohesive narrative out of it. In some sense, I would call this the kind of the feudal mindset or the sovereign faith, or the faith of the sovereign in the feudal time, where essentially the religion of the king, the faith of the king, uh, uh, is the cultural atmosphere that you live in, is the story of your environment. You are living in the story, and in some sense, uh, uh, obviously these people, they don't have a king, they don't have a worldly king in some sense, but their faith is an external authority which has dominion over the world. And I'm just saying that, like, in earlier times, the same mindset was somewhat agreed on by everyone or known by everyone to be in agreement that was in force over the world because of the representative sovereignty that the king um, imposed. And so that, because everyone knew that they had the same king, they knew that they lived inside the same religious story, as it were. And this is just another version, I believe, of a way of constructing a false prophet um, narrative. Um, Obviously, you can have the same false prophet narrative, and essentially you are the sovereign. And so, in some sense, you are this sort of insulated bubble that moves around, and essentially the world and the spiritual plane are merged into the same medium, are merged into the same environs, the same cosmic condition which you are experiencing a single phenomena, a spiritual experience that is also the worldly experience. It is the same. It is confected into a single point of contact, and so the story. And so, in some sense, there is only a soul in this way of thinking. There is no spirit and soul. There's just the soul. And so the understanding of the spirit in contradistinction to the soul is just lost. But anyway, those are sort of technical features. I think that in some sense you can get away with taking a lot of the Christian scriptures and turning it into a narrative, except for 1 John chapter 4. You're going to have to iron the hell out of 1 John chapter 4 and completely railroad 1 John chapter 4 to make it fit. And John is the heart of the faith. John is everything else. It can be said to be almost a description of faith from the outside, the form that faith would take in terms of its uh, um, how it would look behaving and operating, but looking at it from the outside. Whereas John talks about the internal mechanics of faith and the self-compulsion of faith, the self-compelling internal elements in some sense. And it really gets things in a very nuanced way. And sadly, what these, I think of it as the spirit of the spider, because they have this web, this narrative web, which they can use in a cool and rational way, and they can just rationally align the narrative and how everything fits into it. And then when they get to First John chapter 4, it's very easy for them to misinterpret, to put their own interpretation onto First John chapter 4, and to not understand words. Suddenly they can just iron it out, and they can change the meaning of words, they can change the tense of words, they can do what they want with it, and then they can preserve their narrative, and then they're very happy. But First John chapter 4, right at the start, it talks about false prophets. Beloved, believe not every spirit. I'm not reading it from the text, so some of what I say is going to be perhaps slightly inaccurate, but I mean, you can go read it in the King James. You can only really read this in the King James. You can't read it in the Revised King James. You can't read it in other translations because they've messed up the text. And the Greek interlinear will support the King James, but the Greek interlinear could also be argued essentially to be vague enough that it could probably support all the other mistranslations as well, sadly. But anyway, so that aside, you could say that, oh, well, it's possible that it goes the other way, and then they'll go for that because their rational alignment is very happy. But anyway, I'm just going to focus on the King James translation. So the King James says, Beloved, believe not every spirit, for many false prophets are gone out onto the world. Hereby ye know ye the spirit of truth and the spirit of error. All those who confesseth that Jesus Christ is come in the flesh is of God, and all those who confesseth that Jesus Christ is not come in the flesh is not of God. And hereby ye know ye the spirit of Antichrist, whereof ye have heard that it should come, and even now already is it in the world. So this, I believe, is an undeniable description of Christ consciousness. And in 1 John chapter 5, especially the last 3 verses or so, it even explains away the mystery of God, saying that the understanding that the life is in the Son, and that God hath come and have given us an understanding, and that the life is in his Son, and that this is eternal life, and this is God. The understanding is God, and the understanding is the eternal life. That the Christ consciousness, the understanding that you are the Son of God, that your mind is the Son of God, that is the proper name of the mind, that is the true name of the mind, that is the spirit that the mind must contain. That is the character of the mental framework. If the mental framework is not the Son of God, then you don't reach salvation. And I mean, it talks also of the sons of God, but there are also other many scriptures that support this. Ephesians chapter 4, that you must reach the full stature of the Christ. Anyway, just looking at the start of 1 John chapter 4. So my argument is that the people who belong to the narrative webs, they are in a false prophet narrative. So it's right that they're in one of the schools of the false prophet. Now, if you can't confess something that happened 2,000 years ago because you don't know what happened 2,000 years ago. To confess something, you have to have personal knowledge. You don't have personal knowledge about what happened 2,000 years ago, but never mind. Not only do you have to misread the word confession, and it says confess. So you can't confess something that you don't have personal and direct knowledge of. Then, so if you try to confess that Jesus did come in the past to die for your sins or whatever, then you've just perjured yourself. You've just lied. Okay? But I guess they can just rationally iron that out. Now, the next problem is that it doesn't say that you have to confess that Jesus Christ did come. It didn't say that you have to confess that he has come or that he came to the. It doesn't use any of those phrases. It says is come. The only way to confess that Jesus Christ is come, which is a present tense fact or a present tense issue, it's a present tense claim. The claim is not a past tense claim. The claim is a present tense claim. The only way to confess that Jesus Christ is come is that you have to know that he is in the flesh today and that he is in your flesh. That's the only way that you can confess it, because you have to have direct and personal knowledge that he is come. So to have direct and personal knowledge that he is come means that he is inside your flesh. That's all it means. It's Christ consciousness. So if you can't confess that, and in fact, if you believe that Jesus Christ should come when even now already is it in the world, then what are you? What does 1 John chapter 4 say that you are? It says that you're an antichrist. So if you believe that Jesus Christ should come, essentially if you believe that he hasn't come again, if you believe that he hasn't already come again, you are an antichrist. That is what 1 John chapter 4 says. So all the people who have this narrative false prophet framework that it's all about confessing things that happened 2,000 years ago, you're in the school of you're a follower of a false prophet. It's that simple. Now, I just want to get into now the way also that the narrative works is that it completely destroys the internal mechanics of faith, and also it creates a worldly form of belief. And I was asked to define what is the world. Okay, so I mean I've just gone over all the overarching sort of points. Now I'm going to sort of substantiate it and clear up the conceptual errors and things like that. So when you merge the spiritual plane and the world together, what you get these sorts of these belief objects which can have a truth value attached to them. Now there are many problems with having beliefs. That beliefs are not true or false. Beliefs are just um, beliefs have no independent value of veracity in themselves. It all depends what you mean by the statement, as it were. In some sense, belief has to be contextualized by faith. Everything has a faith context in some sense, and the faith is the intelligence, is the intellect in some sense. And so, if the faith, the intellectual system that you have, in some sense, like the ideal forms in the Platonic divided line, um, are the thing that animates beliefs. Let me just give a working definition of what beliefs are. So, in some sense, beliefs are implements; they're tools. And there's no point in having persistent tools. You might have tools that you use very often, but in some sense, you should not actually. I mean, okay, well, this is a general sort of prescriptive thing, but it's not. I would advise that it's not worth it to actually. I mean, you might get good at using a particular tool, and so you keep on refashioning it in some sense, but don't own tools. Don't possess tools. Um, don't make them part of your apparel. Uh, Essentially, you use them as you need them. So make them as you need them. Make them in front of people. Assemble them in front of people as you need them. And you might find yourself assembling the same tool over and over again. That's fine, and you might be very proficient at using it. But that doesn't mean that you own the belief. In some sense, the belief is only owned as a transparent reflection of the disposition that the faith holds. It is to serve your um, uh, 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 just think of a good enough abstract word. Yeah, so the belief is at the pleasure of the faith, and then in that sense, your faith is doing all the actual work. In some sense, your faith is, the belief isn't doing the work. The faith is making itself also vulnerable and susceptible, and and the belief is not actually, you're not leveraging the belief against someone, because I mean, what is the belief anyway? Beliefs don't have an independent value. The idea that you can have absolute beliefs, which is merging the world and the spiritual plane in really an unjustifiable way. Um, okay, let me go into some of these details now. So, in some sense, um, okay, well, I can perhaps just quickly substantiate why beliefs don't have an independent value. For a belief to have an independent value, it would actually have to mean something outside of the mind, outside of consciousness. And obviously, beliefs mean nothing outside of consciousness, because words themselves don't conserve their own uh, um, import, they don't. Words and don't have canonical definitions. I mean, they don't have. They might have very well agreed upon conventional or common understandings, but the source of what makes the word have any stability, if it has any stability, and over the long term, they don't really have very good long term stability. Um, is the consciousness itself, is the agency that is ascribing and evaluating and furnishing the agreement which creates any hope of any stability that the word might have. But the source of what a belief is, the source of what a belief, at least the validity of any belief, has to be contextualized by faith, by an intellect, by an intellectual disposition. Um, and many beliefs are functionally, they are dependent on definitions which only the intellect can be resonant with. So in some sense, I mean, beliefs themselves are always also sort of incomplete building blocks. There are objects in the mind, and some of these objects in the mind can lead on to other similar objects in a chain of objects, a chain of beliefs, a chain of thinking, and it can be used as the ingredient of a process or whatever. It's not as if beliefs aren't useful. The problem is just they don't have any independent life of their own. They don't have any independent value on their own, and they don't mean anything independently. I mean, you can have the same person that says the same phrase, that makes the same claim in a different context, and it completely changes the content of the belief, essentially, because it is significant in a different way, because it's resonating with a different intelligence, a different intellectual framework, a different form of faith. Now, the category of faith itself, um, it's very similar to sort of the Platonic ideal forms, but so in some sense, people have different faiths. Everyone has a faith. The condition of their faith is a certain sort of way. Some people, in some sense, they have quite a hollow and blind faith, because they just sort of conjecture that determinism is the operative cosmic condition or something like that, or fatalism is the is the operative cosmic condition. And in some sense, another version of this is the theological narrative, which is just that this is the picture, this is the writ, this is how it's been handed to us, which in some sense I believe is just as blind. It's slightly, there's more elaborated detail, but in some sense, essentially, I believe you've still made God into essentially the concept of time, and that you know what time it is by where you are in the narrative, and you've got all these sort of these prophecies running, and essentially you've converted all the prophecies in the Bible into a kind of false prophet chronometer, that where you know you are in the story, and so you can have this confected. Okay, let me rather just start defining what the world is, and in some sense, this difference between belief and faith, and the importance of faith and the centrality of faith, and the relative unimportance of belief, because it's fundamentally almost an because belief independent of faith is a fundamental arbitrary, and the only source of non-arbitrariness ever has only ever been the free will, the liberty of a human agent, and what we lend our ability to um, deline- uh, uh, to elect, what we give, what human beings decide to elect, what they choose to elect as non-arbitrary, that is the character of the spirit that they are in the pursuit of manifesting. And when I say in the pursuit, I mean because the spirit is an ideal thing. You can't sort of ever, you can contain it in the earthly vessel, but you can't manifest it in the world. But you can spiritually uh, uh, have faith that your belief is a faithful replication of it, but it's not it doesn't ever supplement the faith, and it doesn't ever carry the water that the faith carries. Um, okay, this becomes more clear when I define what. Okay, so now this is actually this whole distinction is what the world is. Like, you cannot define the world in a set of beliefs. You cannot say, okay, this is a belief. This is the world is not defined by a signature of belief. It's defined by a signature of faith. And in some sense, the best way to understand the spirit of the world, or the character of the world, or what how the world is defined in the spiritual sense, is that it is the idea that beliefs have an independent value. It is the idea that that there is an objective truth about beliefs, and within um, in some sense, the world is an externalized faith, which by definition will always be a collective enterprise. Because if you externalize faith, that mean and you merge spirituality and the world together, then essentially what happens is a representative of the unfolding of your faith. That essentially you don't have to know your own faith, you don't have to contend your own faith. You can just lean on your understanding, because it's if you didn't catch it, it's about to happen again. So you can just sort of record what's happening. You don't have to see with spiritual eyes what's happening. You can just sort of record what's happening and plot it against the narrative. So you've got this belief image of what is happening, and you just have to sort of make sure that it's relatively on par with that it's mapping onto the environment, that it's mapping onto the collective, what is happening to everyone everywhere, um, at least, or the relevant section of the map that is correct for whatever it is that you are in the piece that you're playing in the narrative. So you might have a kind of subdomain within the narrative which is right for you, that you've been given your fiefdom, your feudal. It really does have tremendous similarity to the feudal um, psychological sort of experience of spirituality and your place in the world, your station. That that the station is contained by the narrative. And the problem is that in some sense, then, I mean, in this is a very good way of being in equilibrium and at peace with your surroundings. In some sense, I was actually, this is a more of an ancillary thing, but I mean, in some sense, this kind of spider religion, because the web protects you, the web absorbs all the shock. You can be cool and collected, and you can play your role quite nicely because all you have to do is make sure that the web, the narrative, is tended to, and then you have a lot of multitasking that you're capable of sort of attending to, because all you have to do is make sure that the web is not disrupted, and if the web is challenged, that you patch it up, and as long as you maintain the web, you can sort of be a happy spider, and you can go dancing around, all the different, sort of, it's very easy. All you have to do is maintain the web, and then that sort of, and then you've got that source of narrative conceit, as it were, and you've got that potential of rational alignment, that all the ducks are always in a row. So it's very satisfying. It's very self-satisfying. Um, and the picture of the narrative, in some sense, is this tremendous source of a form of external authority. But where is the faith? The faith is externalized. It's no longer inside you, and you're leaning on it. You're using it to catch all the challenges and absorb all the shocks, in some sense. So it's a disembodied form of faith. It's an externalized form of faith, and it merges, and in some sense, it actually merges faith and belief, and then it merges belief with the worldly. Well, I mean, well, that form of belief is the worldly form of belief. Um, like its difference is in the formula is exactly the same. You could say that the detail is slightly different, but I mean, it's no different from any of the narrative ideologies that exist today. In the It just has a slightly different emphasis, in some sense, that um, in some sense other people's, like the identitarian narrative, you could say the identities themselves are what actually get this cosmic religion, whereas perhaps the narrative taken from a Christian standpoint will seem to have more psychological or a deeper conceptual metaphysic, in some sense, whereas identity politics is just a kind of morality metaphysic, and a political one, in some sense. It doesn't. It sort of it connotates, and it probably substitutes for and corrodes the potential to have a theological dimension, because usually I think the spirituality that comes with identity politics is usually quite this disgusting kind of occultism of that helps to support the conceptual problems in actually using words in a very fickle way, and using words differently, like using the same word, and the same word means different things to kind of complete the narrative and to fill in the gaps, as it were. Whereas the theological one, in some sense, uh, um, I mean, there is some of that. There are conceptual problems, like belief and faith are abused very badly, just the concepts, and then essentially what fill in the gap there are just all these other sub stories about sympathy, and that how the narrative is the simple form of belief, and it must be simple because otherwise people won't subscribe to it. And obviously, you can confess things that you haven't, that you don't have direct and personal knowledge of, because you gain that direct and personal knowledge of, because confession, as it's written there, is actually just a kind of metaphor. It's not, so everything else is literal, but then confession, in that sense, is kind of like a poetical, is a form of poetry, that you have to believe it so much. It's as if you confess it, but we know that it's not a real confession because I don't have real personal knowledge, but all my other knowledge makes it real and personal. So, look, I'm actually transgressing the letter because it proves how much faith I have in this form of belief. It's consistent with the narrative, so I'm going to use that narrative to iron out, you know, the meaning of plain words, or the plain meaning of a word is going to be transformed. Uh, um, that uh, uh, the interpretation of that word in a radically poetical way just proves my faith. I mean, this is exactly what the identity people do with the words justice and the words, they have that same zeal, they have that same toxic conceit, that same self-appointed, cherry-picked surveyor of reality, and then and then they use their disgusting epistemic conduciveness, where essentially they say, well, if you were arguing against me and you were actually right, then why can't you just um, why don't you argue the same way that I do? And the thing that you're trying to argue isn't even in the same form of the thing that I'm trying to argue, so it wouldn't be a good replacement. I can't believe like you because you're not offering me the same thing of what I already have. You're offering me something, a radically different way of thinking, and I don't need a different way of thinking. I've got a web. I've got a happy web that catches all of life and that shows me a complete image, and you want to take the completeness away and you want to create something else that doesn't have the same level of predictability, that doesn't have the same kind of worldly reliability, and the kind of the guarantee, the worldly guarantee that my narrative gives me, in terms of what will be. um, and also I would say that this completely overrides the actual the function of what the crucifixion is portraying, which you see even the flesh of Jesus is crucified as he um, in some sense as he submits to the mob in order to captivate them, but he submits to the mob. He asks in front of them, Father, why have you forsaken me? He even sacrifices his own, he even transgresses his own belief. He, in saying that, he contradicts his own ostensible belief about his divinity in some sense. So he shows that his faith is stronger than the contradiction of his own belief. He allows his belief to be contradicted. He contradicts it himself. And as he contradicts his belief but still keeps his faith, that is how he effectively incepts the mob by joining them in their intrinsic disagreement about his divinity. He agrees that his belief is faulty in some sense. Um, he joins their disagreement against him, against his own belief, but he does so that they have to accept his form of faith, um, which is essentially the I mean, because he was asking God directly, why have you forsaken me? And so the crux of that faith-based relationship to God, that internal personal relationship to God, why have you forsaken me? As the belief and the flesh is tortured and contradicted, and denied, the the overarching context that faith, um, yeah, when I explain this, it's not hitting all of the right themes, because I have to add certain qualifications, like essentially the mob that killed Jesus were not just a mob, they were channeling the spirit of the world. And the world has disagreements with itself in many different ways. It's a never-ending argument. It's a never-ending pool. It's a sea of disagreement. But he made them agree on something. He made the world agree to what was not a part of it. He made them all agree that what he was not a part of it. And when Jesus then forced his faith position to be merged with the world, he did so by tricking the world and by captivating the world, by captivating the belief that it had come to about him. And so he joined their belief, but he didn't join the faith of the world. The world has its own faith. It's a hollow and it's a blind faith. But because it's a hollow and a blind faith, its belief can in some sense, its belief is always all right and all wrong because it's a fundamental commixture, because it's in such disagreement with itself and with everyone and everything. Something in it is correct. Some configuration could be hypothetically said to be correct. The problem is that it doesn't exist as a spiritual character in some sense. So because it's a blind character, it's a hollow character, but it's still the spirit of hollowness, the spirit of blindness. This is what the spirit of man is. So you have the spirit of man, the spirit of the world being channeled by this mob, and it is just pure disagreement. And he was showing essentially that you are, at least in this time that you're a mob crucifying Jesus, that you agree in one thing. You agree that Jesus is not the Son of God, and you agree um, that he is a heretic. Okay, so you agree that you will not put up with someone who is representing the purity of faith, the fidelity to faith. You will not um, allow someone who won't get into the contest of beliefs, who won't get into the cesspit of trying uh, uh, to to dominate through the absoluteness of beliefs and through trying to create these weapons of belief. And then you get someone who uses that belief that you have, insulating yourself from his philosophy, from his faith, and he even joins in your disagreement against himself. He joins in with your belief, as he says to God, "Why have you forsaken me?" He contradicts his own belief, but he does so to exalt the faith, to exalt that the faith is bigger than belief, it's bigger than the flesh, and it's bigger than the absoluteness of belief, and it creates beliefs that the faith is independent of the flesh. The faith is independent of the world, and it transcends the world, it conquers the world. And it would even transcend the belief that the faith produces, as Jesus on the crucifixion does, as he actually does it. That's what he does that. He actually exemplifies it. He actually illustrates it. He actually manifests the actual scenario that proves the point that the faith is independent of the flesh. It's independent also of the belief, and that the internal disposition of the faith is the gold, is the truth. It's not the belief that is true; it is the faith that is true. And yeah, okay. Well, anyway, the contest of belief itself is the worldly contest. And Jesus transcends that. He makes that contest captive to his faith. And in some sense, that also. So, I mean, this is the descriptions of those that left uh, uh, the, the crucifixion. Um, they didn't know what had happened to them. They really didn't. They didn't realize, in some sense, they did something real for the first time. They did something actual. Because before, the world is a never ending argument that never reaches a conclusion. But they actually did something that day because with the backbone of that faith, they actually could discern, they could actually name something. They actually had a solid name. They had a solid word. Um, okay, I'm not going to name what that word is because that's a sort of general thing. But in their mind, they could name the event that had taken place, and that was something real. It wasn't an argument. It wasn't a worldly argument. They could discern, rather than saying that they had the word. They could discern what um, they could discern a name for what had taken place in their own mind. They had that resource because they had access to that faith. And that, in some sense, in contradistinction to that faith, or they could fathom the container of their own faith as being, in contrast, a bad faith. They experienced bad faith. That was perhaps the first experience of bad faith. Or at least the first recorded experience of bad faith being spiritually proven to people, that that you could force someone, that you could compel someone who was following the spirit of the world, um, who was in league with some school of a false prophet, um, where they had a blind and a hollow faith, that you could actually compel them to confront their own bad faith, and you could show that they couldn't be self-compelled because they had no connection to a genuine faith inside themselves. But Jesus snuck it in so that they could at least discern their own position. They could discern their own um, footing of. But in some sense, people are not sensitive to this. Even though that they know that they're in some form of bad faith, this has just become part of the narrative. Oh, it's imperfect. Oh, we don't have a perfect understanding. We're not interested. We've got our spider web. That's good enough. That's satisfying enough. And there's a form of insulation. There's a form of autism. It's a form of kind of um, and this exists in many different species. So anyway, people have become accustomed to an element of bad faith within their own psychology, within their own thinking, and they just I guess they don't know the first port of call in terms of how to sort it out, because it not only is it a conceptual confusion, but it facilitates a whole array of psychological sub processes and things like that. Um, so I would perhaps relate this to the false ego and things like that, but let me just have this as a self-contained recording. Okay, I think that's pretty much it. Yeah, the conflation and the convoluting of faith with belief. The idea that beliefs can do the work of faith. I would call that leaning on your understanding. I think that is not the same thing as being subject to your understanding. That is not the same thing as being subject to your faith. And in some sense, it's an anti-faith position. And it has, in some sense, it hasn't given up. Well, in some sense, it's given up the container of its soul to the spirit of man, I would say. But it's, in some sense, it's a direct, it's a vile repudiation of the true spirit, and its corruption of even the analysis of what spirit is. Spirit, in some sense, becomes whatever happens. What will be will be. That's essentially what the sort of the efficacy of that spirit is what will be according to this general map of the narrative. So they just sort of have this map, which is very elaborate and detailed, which is all filled in by the belief, and then they just have this, well, what will be, and in some sense, God is just the sense of time as it pervades over that map, and so sort of God has been relegated into a kind of into an externalized worldly phenomena, a kind of a sky father, a kind of Zeus figure, a sort of a pagan sky father version of monotheism in some sense, an external authority, and and then it'll have its trinkets, it'll use the source of the narrative is this magical term called the Bible, the book, the written word, and essentially, or on the basis of that external authority, I can destroy the efficacy of the word confess in 1 John chapter 4, and I can overlook the tense, that you can't confess that he has come, and even and I'm going to still read it, that will confess is not, I don't need direct and personal knowledge. My direct and personal knowledge is the reading of the book, and that and is come, well, that it doesn't say has come, but it actually says is come, and it's actually said in the present tense, not in the past tense. Well, I guess that's just slightly strange. I guess that's that's the kind of the irrational interpretation of simple words, even, like the word even itself then is used to get out of things. Even has multiple definitions. If you go look it up and you study it, and you read these multiple definitions. Now, you can't just read these multiple definitions and say, well, any one of these might apply, and I'll just pick the one that makes my narrative work. The one that makes your narrative work, look at the example of how that definition of even is used grammatically. It doesn't fit. It doesn't fit with the other words around it. That even that makes the narrative fit would have to be used in a context in which the following word would like only be an adjective. So things are just, these small little corners get cut, because the narrative is just the all important thing. And that is because leaning on the understanding that is externalized is more important, because the spirit can't exist inside. The value can't exist inside. It has to be uh, um, that has to be, you just have to be sort of, because then your security is lost, if you can't live in the narrative, because then you actually have to be compelled to do something. You actually have to be self-compelled to manifest the faith, and then they lose their kind of their spider security. Anyway, I guess I've ranted enough about this. This is following on from the recording, sort of theological vocabulary, I guess, and sort of where I discuss the concept of the world, um, and belief and faith, in relation to the important concepts of belief and faith. And I mean, sadly, I think the narrative just has so much purchase over people that, and that formula of thinking is just so comfortable and convenient for, I would just say, the general structure of the false ego itself. And I need to elaborate on that to some degree, because in going through this discussion and conversation with this other person, and discussing these concepts, and clearing them up for myself in terms of trying to generate a persuasive rebuke, although I mean rebukes aren't necessarily meant to be persuasive, or they're not neat. I mean, they should have persuasive substance, but they don't actually have to be effective at being persuasive. I don't think that's necessary, but it does need to clearly demarcate the difference, as it were. Um, yeah, I don't think one can really be persuasive, because at the core of it, there really is an inclination, there really is a choice as to the kind of faith that one wishes, and the hollow and blind faith that has a very clear narrative that is externalized and that you're living within that system. I'm sure that the comfort of that, in some sense, because it's very easy to kind of divert pressure, that essentially any pressure against the narrative is just unholy, is just wrong, and is just, you can just demarcate it as sort of as the section of bad people that live within the narrative. And in some sense, all belief structures are fundamentally vanity, are fundamentally and that issue of vanity, in some sense, has and exploring this particular issue. I mean, I think I've philosophically been technically quite good about this when I've discussed the only reasonable form of belief that one can take um, in a philosophical technical sense is negative beliefs, is beliefs about what doesn't work, in some sense, and even that is context specific. So in some sense, you can really have a true belief or an absolute belief that is essentially um, uh, that essentially holds no, it holds no uh, in some sense it's not really a belief, but it's sort of, yeah, I mean, it's sort of in the divided line. It wouldn't be considered a belief. It would be perhaps be considered the lesser of the greater, the third segment of the divided line, the second largest segment of the divided line. Um, what I used to call rationale. That essentially you can have a true rationale in some sense, but that rationale is a way of purveying belief in some sense. Sort of, it's a and in some sense it doesn't. So it's like a way of checking beliefs. It's a way of restraining beliefs in a negative sense. So it's like it's in that sense that it's a negative belief in that it has negative belief space. When you put it next to beliefs, it takes up space and it abrasively um, conditions other beliefs in some sense. So it limits. It's a limiter. It's a belief limiter in some sense. So you can have belief limiters in some sense. And I think that that's kind of correct in a philosophical sense. And I've gone to great pains, and in some sense that can seem like a style of belief, because that you can only communicate beliefs. You can't communicate rationales. You can communicate beliefs, and then from that set of beliefs you can intimate what the rationale is over it, and then you can intimate the intelligence or the intellectual resonance that is the edifice for that system. So you can intimate the belief, the faith behind it. Um, this is the vernacular in the language is so sort of strewn with this toxicity of using belief and faith interchangeably, when faith is really the much more intellectual necessary component that founds. Beliefs are nothing without the context of the faith position. Um, anyway, and in some sense as well, the understanding is more of a rationale. Um, so that's sort of the handmaiden of the faith, as it were. So you have to make sure that the rationale is kept stringently um, maintained, and there's a sort of fidelity that your belief has to that rationale. which is essentially the and the rationale is just this, but it is sort of on par, or is taking its direction and its form essentially in sort of in supplying and serving the faith in some sense. Okay, this is a bit of an ancillary issue, but I mean these are sort of technical, I guess, categories that have to be laid out just to sort of not to oversimplify it when I get into the issue, but the I could add other connections to other things that I talk about in other psychological things, but I don't want to overly complicate this. Anyway, so beliefs, in some sense, if taken independently, will always, I mean, archetypally, I believe that this is depicted in Scripture as the city. So, you know, there are two types of cities. There's the city of God, and there's the great city of Babylon. And the city of God has glass roads, it has glass streets, it's transparent. Um, Whereas the great city of Babylon has the word great in it. So, you know, already, you know, watch out, you know, it has a lot to say about itself. Um, and I guess it will have a lot to say about all those that wish to challenge its dominion or its purchase over its greatness. Now the thing that I need sort of to revise about this in some sense is that so in a sense the rationale, which I said is a kind of belief limiter, the understanding, which is a belief limiter over beliefs, that is a negative belief in some sense, would be something like that don't put great, don't hyphenate your beliefs with great. They're not great beliefs. There's no such thing. Beliefs have no independent meaning, they have no independent value, they have no truth value, they have no absolute value. In some sense, the only absolute that you can have about them is that they must be limited, and they're essentially dangerous things, and they must always be properly contextualized, and then they must be like glass, they must be transparent. Um, okay, so that's the sort of the overarching sort of thing there, but essentially in having this conversation and this debate, I've realized the inconsistency in my own, or the hypocrisy in some of my own thinking, which didn't really involve what I was talking about with this other person, but it did involve at least some general beliefs that I've had, that I've been working on in some sense. So I mean, I think I have philosophically treated these issues properly in my recordings when I've gone over sort of negative beliefs and talking about, I use a whole metaphor about crystal resonances and things like that, and resonating, and different facets give you different pictures and things like that. That's all that I think I philosophically kind of got it right, but in some sense, and now I'm also going to sort of sympathize with myself, because I'm going to say that I've been a hypocrite, but I think maybe some level of this hypocrisy is a necessary developmental phase. So basically, the false ego complex is not just made up of the vanity, it's made up of other things that are just as pernicious and potentially problematic. And it might still be the correct strategy that beliefs, in some sense, should be the conduit for eventual spiritual maturity. That in some sense you should make beliefs the centerpiece. You should try to have consistent beliefs, because just in trying to have consistent beliefs, in some sense, you will end up creating a narrative. Now, which is problematic. In some sense, I think that there's a better way to go about it, though. If you know that you're creating a narrative, but that the narrative is fundamentally doomed, is fundamentally a failed, is fundamentally a Babylon the Great, then it's still good to do it, but then you're doing it knowing that it's not permanent, it's not true in some sense, but it's still good to do because it's at least stopping the high, because the beast is like a hydra. It has more than one head, and if you dement the great city of Babylon, then the subconscious and the ego function will just essentially become an unstable and incoherent version of its own beastly self in some sense. So you will still have a vanity, you'll just have a disordered or a disorganized vanity. And it's better to have an organized vanity in some sense, because then at least I've always thought that the way to do it is that the vanity, you need to cultivate a vanity that values sacrificing itself. That if the vanity is capable of sacrificing itself, then it is the right kind of vanity to propagate and cultivate, and it is the right vanity to rein in the other elements of the false ego complex. Now, I do think that the narrative, that when you completely sell your soul to the narrative, as it were, I think that is very problematic. That's not the same enterprise. You might have a level of consistency, but you've woven everything else into it, because in some sense then your subconscious, your feeling body, your analysis, your teleological analysis, your ego function are all rooted in the narrative, and your own vanity in some sense is dealing with this, is not is it's not honest. It doesn't believe that it's dealing in belief, it believes that it's dealing in faith. And so all these things have actually been intertwined in such a way that the hydralisk in some sense has unified into it, is still, see, that's problematic. You've still got the single beast. You need to replace the single beast with 7 horns and 10 crowns, um, with the beast that has 3 heads. You need the beast with 3 heads. That is the better. That is the better um, developmental line. You need to, and the only way to have the distinct 3 heads is by allowing one of the 3 beasts to take the burden of the whole structure. And I believe that that should be the vanity. So this is, I think this is described in Revelations when the one beast, when one of the heads of the beast, I can't remember, is one of the heads or 2 of the heads. One of them is the odd one out, but it's one of the heads is in a different state to the other heads. So the other, I think it says one of the heads of the 3-headed beast is has been badly bruised and things like that, and then it flies away, and then to go create a child with the woman and the dragon, essentially. But anyway, the child of the woman that flies away with the dragon, in some sense, is the new life that is burgeoning from underneath all these structures, but it's still captured by the woman. It's captured by the woman and the beast still, so the woman still has to, the child still has to be extricated from the entourage. But anyway, but this the stage that people, I mean, so that if you just have a canonical narrative, if you have that kind of false ego narrative, then essentially you're so far away from even developing any of these sort of spiritual. Um, you're so far, when you're with the 3-headed beast, then you really, I mean, you need a proper spiritual culture, I think, to get into that level of development, because you need a clear understanding, because otherwise, essentially, you haven't even divided the beast up into 3 sub-beasts, which are the sides of the mind and the psyche of the false ego complex. So you've still just got one beast, and so it's just, and then you're a happy spider in the narrative, and the iniquity or the is allows the beasts allows the beast to be as a unitary thing. It's an all or nothing sort of thing. So you can't divide and conquer the false ego complex, which is very problematic. Okay, anyway, so these things are important issues, and a lot of them, they do require conceptual clearing up, and they do require, but anyway, so yeah, the way to transition from, I think, the one beast to the three beasts is that essentially you transition from the one to the three by making the one of the three take the structural stress of maintaining the entire structure, and I believe that that should be the vanity. Okay, so then you make your belief take on your belief is responsible for your whole false ego complex. So it's taking all the stress from the other arms, and you're privileging the beast of the vanity. You're privileging the inner child to be accountable for the whole false ego complex, and it has to actually feed the other beasts from itself. It has to make sure that everyone else is sort of happy, but it doesn't want to be direct. It mustn't lose its dominance. So you're actually hoping that the beast of the inner child is going to be more dominant than the others, and it has to wrestle more and more control until it's got the other beasts completely cannibalizing it, completely feeding off of it. It is the source of life of the whole false ego structure. Is the vanity, is the belief, and the beliefs must grow. It must get bigger. Therefore, the beliefs, in some sense, must get woven in with the belief limiter. The belief limiter mixes up with the belief system, and so it has to actually expand its belief system because it's dissipating its power. It loses its potency, so it needs to make up for its loss. That beast is losing so much power because of having to feed the other beasts, that it has to grow in sophistication. It has to grow in wisdom in some sense. It has to grow it has to be the caretaker of the whole false ego structure. And as it is the caretaker of the whole false ego structure, you are understanding every facet of the false ego structure because your belief system is modeling your internal, every corner, every recess of the false ego. So it's learning everything it can about the subconscious. It's learning everything it can about the ego. It sees the food chain, which it is being fed on by the others. It is feeding the other beasts from its own flesh, from its own beastly flesh, and so it has to grow in order to provide for the other ones in some sense, and this takes time of development, and that's a very important sort of teething process in some sense, because the elaboration of that internal belief structure, in some sense, it will do bad things. It will do bad things, but it will have the potential, at least, to make mistakes and missteps. That it's kind of like a form of experimentation, self-experimentation, because it has to expand its beliefs in order to provide sustenance for the other parts of the beast, and it doesn't understand how the other ones work automatically, because it's a different beast. It's a different head in the same hydralisk in some sense. But it's got a separate idea. It's got a separate face. It's got a separate brain. It's got a separate knowledge base, and it doesn't know what it's like. But it is learning that. It's learning that as it's feeding it, and it has to find out how to feed it, how to give it things, and maybe it gives it too much. Maybe it gives it too much control. Maybe it gives over the keys of its own dominion, and then it loses dominion, and then it has to wrestle it back, and all this is a learning process. It's a very long, arduous learning process. There is understanding the other sides of the mind, but then at some point, when it understands the other sides of the mind through the vanity then has a belief map of how the other sides of the mind work. Now that belief map is a fiction, because beliefs don't tell you the truth. They need to be contextualized. So but it has to have a good enough picture so that it can start to see reality behind the picture. So that it can start to see. It has to start somewhere to have a perspective about what it is that's actually going on, and in some sense it needs to start somewhere, and it can't know what the truth is. It doesn't have access to the truth because it filters the truth through itself. It is a serpent. It is self-deluded fundamentally. So it can't know the truth. It must know about itself first. It must know how it works, and then it can, when it has a good enough working model of how it works, then it can contrast itself with the truth in some sense. It has to know itself to know how it's corrupting the truth, how it's displacing the truth, how it has fallen from the truth. You can't know. You can't say, well, I am fallen. You have to know, well, how deep are you in the fall? How what's the distance that you've lost? Like it has no sense of any kind of measurement or evaluation. It can't. And it can't just say, well, now I'm not fallen. It can't do that. It has to know how deeply it's fallen, and it can't know that until it knows about itself. And so anyway, moving on. So I've always said that the vanity is important, and I think it's important in the way. But in some sense, I guess and I call myself that, I think that I've been a hypocrite in the sense that I think I have been so embroiled in that activity that I haven't, I guess, realized that now is actually the time that I think I know enough about the situation to actually migrate from the inward eye of looking into the false ego complex to recapitulating the superego and recapitulating the and undoing the false prophet contract, because enough is known about the and the fault and the reemergence of the superego as a valence, as an identity, or sorry, as a fourth side of the mind, as a fourth potential seat of consciousness. Moving into that fourth seat of potential consciousness, you will then experience the superego above and beyond the image of how it has been projected upon from within the false ego complex. That within the false ego complex, the superego is a frozen frame, is a frozen is a frozen identity that was you in the past. It was you actually thought you were the superego before you were the inner child. You were the superego, and you told yourself, you made a contract with yourself. You said, and you even spoke to the image of that of your future false ego complex. You conjured up essentially your false ego complex, and you spoke to it like a spiritual dialogue. You invented this role. You spoke to it like a separate person, and you contracted to it, and then you decided to cede it control of your body. You became possessed by the false ego complex, and how you were feeling when you did that contract, how you were thinking, how you were feeling, the context, the particular context then was frozen as an identity. And then when you are in the false ego complex and you're thinking about the superego, then it still has that same signature. It still has that same atrophied life snapshot of that identity, of that life, of that time of your life is frozen. That freeze, in some sense, is an emotional signature that is also resident in a particular dimension of psychological reality. It's a disposition that inhabits a particular. It's also a particular block in some sense. So it's but that block is defined not as an internal thing. It's defined as an external conditionality. It's defined as a narrative in some sense. So you are playing a role as a narrative. So the thing about that, like when you're in a narrative, right, in the false ego complex, and you have a single unitary spiderweb narrative, what you have actually done is you have mimicked the precondition of the false ego complex, and you've created something that's very similar to the kind of stability. You have created two stabilities that then give each other collateral support, because you have essentially created the inverse of the false prophet. No. You've created another false prophet inside the false ego complex to the false prophet that existed in the superego, but the identity will be inverted, but they'll still have the same function. They'll still act as false prophets. Then essentially you'll have two false prophets. Now, those two false prophets, that perspective that I've just laid out now, is true even in my case. Like, I have created, so as I've said, it's important as part of the developmental stage to have a vanity, is to take the burden of the whole false ego complex. But then after that vanity has learned all about the false ego complex, then you take a step back and you go back to the view of the unitary narrative. You go back to the view that essentially the false ego complex can be accurately summarized, and now I know every facet of that narrative. I know now every cranny of that narrative. I know how it works as a system. I know the false ego as a system of this narrative. And it's one system as one narrative, and it's the same as and in some sense that diode in some sense is the stability of the false ego complex, is that dimension does exist, that there are two false prophets in that sense. There's, in some sense, they are both the same thing. In some sense, the one is the contract with the false prophet, which is the contract with your false ego complex before you had one, as your superego, which existed outside the false ego complex. You had an identity at some point in your life, which in some sense, identities were always like water on a duck's back. Identities are nothing, here today, gone tomorrow. Without a false ego complex, identity is irrelevant. It's just who can say what an identity? That's an argument to be had that is never resolved. Only the Holy Ghost knows your true identity. The role that you are playing. Only the Holy Ghost knows the role that you are playing. The active unfolding of that role and the embodiment of that actualization of the role, that is what the mind is engaged in, and the mind does have communion with the Father, and which is, in some sense, the Father is actually I don't want to get into this metaphysics, this is too much of a tangent, it's going to overly complicate it, but the Father is actually more of a purveyor of everything that has happened, and everything that will have happened. But notice how I just phrased everything there in the past tense. That doesn't... So he conserves and maintains and unfolds the present into unfolds the past into more resource of an elaborated past, and it will always make sense within the authority of the Father. But and then that Father has a Son, and that Son is the present contention, and the present contention is actually confronted with the Holy Ghost, which is opaque to it in some sense. It's always in the midst. It can't be located. You cannot eat of its fruit. Instead, you have another fruit to eat. You have the fruit of the tree of life, but that... I just want to focus on what I'm talking about now first, though. But okay. So, and the fruit of the life of the tree of life is the mystery in some sense, and that mystery never goes away. And so yes, you can still have the gift of prophecy, but it's not the same as the Father's perspective. Okay, I'm just going to leave it there. Okay, so Where was I? So it's the mystery of life that is never ended. It's not the mystery of God. It's not the mystery of God. The mystery of God shall be finished. That's what it says in Revelation. Okay. So, what was I talking about? I was talking about development. Um, I was talking about development and that the false prophet, the identity. Okay, oh yeah, I was talking about identity. So you have an identity which then has been frozen through its contract with the false prophet, which is essentially the kind of the unitary impact that the false ego complex represents itself as you're engaging into seeding it into your own psyche, which is essentially is tethered only by the super ego's false prophet, or the false ego's identity, rather, the false ego's identity, which is crafted from the contract with the false prophet, which, okay, so the false prophet is actually the false ego complex in some sense. And then within the false ego complex, there is an internal insight, an internal sight on what it is in some sense, which is a beast in some sense. But you have to, from within the false ego, you have to actually come to grips. You have to find the false prophet again, and you have to find the same false prophet, and that requires a certain kind of inverted reverse engineering, that you first have to sort of uncover the dynamics of the false prophets that can be fathomed from within the faculties of the false ego itself. And then you have to understand that it is only it's only the negative imprint of what your superego contracted with to begin with. Now, that requires a bit of a kind of overarching understanding. That requires looking at this from outside of itself. You can't look at it just from the inside. You have to look at it also from the outside and from the inside, knowing that you only have view from the inside. And what has to do this work? Well, the part of the beast has to do this work, because that's all you have to do it with. And I believe that kind of is the vanity, but it's a vanity in a very particular form of self-sacrificial. This is why I believe that this is actually in the scriptures. It is spoken. There's a descendant of Cain, who have always used Cain archetypally or allegorically in some sense to symbolize the vanity, the firstborn. That Adam is the death, Eve is the lust, Cain is the vanity, or the lust that is drawn away, as Luke would put it, and then the enticed lust, which is Abel, which then gets killed by Cain, and then replaced by Seth, which is like the trial, and then from the trial comes sin, which canonic. This is, I don't want to confuse it too much with analogy, but that would be like the sin is the only true reflection of revisiting the outside condition of the superego that contracted into the. So the sin is actually almost the most truthful aspect of the whole false ego complex, because you're actually revisiting that decision in some sense when you actually engaged in the false ego to begin with. And so you can sort of, the sin is the door both to the re-stimulation of the false ego complex, where you're trapped in the same loop, but also the point at which you exit, the point at which that the sin is no longer a sin unto death. That you have sinned a sin that is not unto death, but the only way to have confidence in that is to have this overarching understanding and developmental process, which anyway. Moving on. Okay, there was a part. Why was I just talking about that? So I was talking about. Okay, so the vanity has to store beliefs that are, in some sense, are self-terminating to other beliefs that are that are belief limiters. You have to engineer beliefs that are belief limiters, because in some sense the vanity can hold beliefs that will start to outline a rationale which will be potentially resonant with the true faith, but in some sense that connection is virtual, or that connection comes from the 17 model that then is sort of working its way through those beliefs. It's like in the same way that in the Matrix they hack into the Matrix. The Matrix doesn't belong to them; it belongs to the machine people. But they can hack into it. They can abuse the Matrix for a higher cause that perhaps transcends all the controlling mechanisms. That even as Neo was part of the control system, but he was also perhaps outlining something that could be transcendent on all those sort of things. I use the Matrix analogy a lot, so that hooks up with that. I'm not going to repeat it here. This is really probably going to get too complicated if I go into, but that's an apt analogy. Okay, I think I've sort of covered everything. So I think those are so. Yeah, so I think this having this conversation just helped me, or the debate in some sense, clear up these more detailed matters. But I mean, in some sense, they had no bearing on the direct discussion or argument that I had. But anyway, so I think that also helps to outline quite nicely the structures of the mind and how they're actually the ontological process that developed the false ego complex. I can't. Okay, well, in the last recording that I just made, there was another whole sort of thing that I wanted to talk about, which is somewhat ancillary, and perhaps is overshadowed by the more interesting things that I went into. But I just wanted to say that in some sad way, the only way to actually make any inroads against the unitary spider web narrative is to show its similarity with the worldly formula, in some sense, and it's quite disgusting. I actually, this came up in the discussion, but I know this from firsthand from having, let's say, discussions and debates with other people, and I find it quite disgusting. And I'll just the only thing I can point out is that the same thing exists with the social justice totalitarian fascists and such. And the people that complain about systemic oppression, which is this endless conspiracy theory narrative, which is essentially true by definition, and you interpret it into reality, in some sense. It's a self-fulfilling prophecy to a large extent. It's very disgusting. But anyway, that they have one of these rationales that they use to argue for themselves, where they use these sophisticated measures where they're like, oh yeah, you see how some people, they have thought about these issues, but they haven't thought about them deeply enough, and they've actually misinterpreted everything. They've actually got the opposite answer. They seem to have the same contact with the same concepts, but they come to the wrong and opposite conclusions. And Jehovah's Witnesses have the same thing as well. They have even a special word for it, where essentially things have been analyzed in such a wise that they have missed the simple narrative. They have missed the simple, sweet, unifying narrative, and they have turned what is written in the scriptures into their opposite because they don't agree with us. And essentially this is part of the cherry picking, the rationalization, because then it's so much easier to rationalize a narrative than it is to rationalize a part of it in some sense. And so if you just challenge a part of it, but it threatens the entire cohesiveness of the entire thing, then you can just use rational alignment with any part of any of it, and you can just leverage any kind of disgusting kind of epistemic conduciveness. Well, you're not arguing with me in a calm enough tone, so obviously you know that you're wrong. So obviously your emotion is a symbol of your defective and deficient thinking, and how irrational you are in contrast. It's this kind of endless self-congratulatory, self-satisfying um, rational alignment of ironing out all the creases. You're just a fly in the ointment. You're just a fly in the web. You're just a lowly fly trying to challenge this whole web, which stands by itself, and I just have to sort of hang around it. I'm just I'm a chill spider. I'm so chill. I'm so cool. And look what I can do. I'm secure. I'm held by the narrative. I'm held by the framework of the narrative. I don't have to be self-compelled because I've got the narrative to lean on. And this is the same canonical narrative of the justice for the identity, and it's the same oversimplification. The fruit of this oversimplification is perhaps manifested in a different way, because essentially having an external narrative of political and social justice, and having an external narrative of theological, cosmological fatalism and determinism, and everything is in its right place. Obviously, the one is a deeper elaboration, but it's the same formula of thought. It's the same formula of belief, and it's the same version of convoluting faith and belief, or conflating them, of merging them. Faith and belief are therefore interchangeable. And there's an internal reflection of this external majesty, this external greatness of the belief, that you can essentially ride all the way to heaven. You can ride all the way to, or I guess in that sense at least it's self-fulfilling, because you can always just die and go to heaven, and things will take their course, and you just need to make sure that you play your identity, your role. It's not really an active participatory thing that you are generating. It's a passive, reflexive induction that you are following. And then I guess you can say that, well, I'm following the narrative is the same thing as following the spirit. And essentially the word spirit is just completely, discerning becomes, well, discerning the narrative is discerning the spirit. It's a brilliant fabrication. It's a brilliant forgery, and it's just a kind of semantic thing. And then, essentially, if you get into the mechanics of belief and faith, and it seems a bit sketchy, it's just, well, you're challenging the narrative. You're challenging something that's far greater than you. I represent the understanding of the narrative, and the narrative is the force of God in the world. Never mind that the world and faith are cohabiting then, the same plane, the same medium. It's like it's all just fish and water. It's all just, it's just like the identity politics confection, that you can't extricate yourself from it. There's no alternative. There's no other way of believing. There's no higher way of believing. There's no better way of believing. There's only this, and if you want to challenge it, then you have to replace it with something similar in its place. That's the only one that they'll take. That's the only definition of spirituality that they will believe in, because it's that system of belief that they are addicted to. Anyway, I mean, I can only sort of rail against it as disgusting, but I mean, in some sense, perhaps if you don't have something to replace it, then maybe it's I mean, I can't offer something to replace it for these people. I mean, I'm just a solitary person. I don't have a building behind me. I don't have a congregation behind me. I don't have an army behind me. I mean, I would say that I have broader immaterial forces, perhaps, but I mean, perhaps the worst that that will do is give you nightmares. It won't necessarily give you convenience and comfort in the world. You know, I must actually just sort of ruined a lot of what I said by ending it off like that. I actually really did misspeak. Um, this is an important grammatical correction that is very important to make in light of everything that I've said. I said that maybe will give you nightmares. That's actually the worst way to frame something. That is actually the belief form of the phrasing. That is the. I should have said it might give you nightmares, not maybe. What may happen is is the worldly contemplative framework, is the worldly perception, is the worldly um, hypothesized, conjectured. Um, it might give you nightmares. That is the truth. That it might give you nightmares. It's not that it maybe it will. It's that it might, because then what I've said, that will stand. That will stand. That will stand without argument, without challenge. It might give you nightmares. It's not that it may, will happen. It's that it might happen. Might or it might not. You know, and in some sense, that's. I mean, well, that's also contingent on many subjective personal things as to someone's subjective personal spiritual state. Um, I mean, it might give you other dreams that show you alternatives, or it might show you images of where you are. It might give you impressions as to the kind of framework and understanding that you are pervading and that you are inhabiting, but perhaps not. Perhaps you are focused. You are diverted. Perhaps you are uninterested. You are you know, it's not in your concern. It's not in your. Uh, you have no wish. You have no intention. You have no motivation to know, to want to know. Why should you be visited by dreams of understanding? An invitation. Especially if one is content in the and self-satisfied. Uh, Again, who am I to deprive someone of their chosen state of affairs? And if they want to label it, well, it's not chosen. It's the narrative has chosen me. I mean, I guess this is a grammatical thing as well. I mean, I do understand the scriptures completely differently. When you are chosen of God, you're not chosen of the narrative. You are chosen of God. That is how God relates to you. It's how you have chosen. Past tense. Because then you're in the wheelhouse of the Father. Because then what you have chosen then is how the Father relates to you. But it's not, you know, in some sense, the Father is what allows you to even be able to discern that that is what you have chosen, because there is no finality to any cognition without the reference system that the Father is the record thereof. anyway, now I'm sort of getting into tangential sort of metaphysics, which I did not. Anyway, okay. So some of the things that I was saying about myself, this is a sort of a follow on from the last recordings, but it's also, yeah, it's very adjacent. It's sort of the adjacent issues to do with my hypocrisy, because that is a deeper issue that I now want to elaborate on, but it's also, calling it my hypocrisy is probably, it's way too oversimplified. That's not even what it is, and just thinking about it now, I just realized how much deeper that sort of issue was. And it's not really hypocrisy. It's more than that. And so, what I initially thought of when I called it my hypocrisy was my inability to recognize that it was time to walk away from the vanity, as it were, to just kill the vanity or stop the vanity, or just sort of turn away from it completely and to drop it, which is an important part of salvation, I would say, and the resignation of the false ego complex, as it were. But obviously, without the kind of the overarching contemplative structure of what it is that you're doing, it doesn't really make sense. Sort of, I've been trying to get my vanity to control my whole false ego complex for so long, and that's such a painstaking task in itself. Perhaps that's the proverbial 1,000 years in Revelations. The thing is that when to use some Scientology terminology, when my tone lifts, my vanity automatically switches off. I don't use it. And I must say, I think the reason why it gets triggered back often is just my environmental discomfort. Perhaps perhaps it's the conditions of the original super ego that I am reminded of, or that I'm being enforced into inhabiting in some sense. I'm being placed into the same conundrum which led to, let's say, the fall into the false ego complex itself. And so, because my environment appears to precipitate that same identity for myself, or I inhabit that same role, and because that role has this whole existing correlation to false ego circuitry, that the whole thing just re-stimulates. That when I'm in a field, or when I say a field, when I'm in an environment, or when I'm in a set of relations that I have contemplatively have working as a working system in my head of beliefs, but when that is independent from the old circuitry, it's fine. But then when I'm forced to have that circuitry, which is a kind of a fluid, organic circuitry of something that is capable of adapting itself, but when it is in a form that is reminiscent of the old circuitry, that the whole thing just kind of re-stimulates. Or in fact, I have to re-stimulate the vanity, because it's not even the vanity that is being re-stimulated, it's the other parts, it's the weaker parts that are being re-stimulated. Okay, good, it's still recording. So like the ego, perhaps, the ego analysis that I'm being forced to teleologically analyze. Okay, I was just interrupted by a phone call. Okay, where was I? that I mean, probably it's the subconscious that is the biggest trigger, in essence, that you're dealing with a set of social masks that are reminiscent of the entire structure. So you're inhabiting a role which is a reminiscent role of a particular vanity configuration that's connected to that subconscious configuration that's connected to a an ego function, a teleological analysis, and sort of just probably something that's reminiscent of just the social mask is triggering all that circuitry in some sense. But I guess in some sense that's just because I haven't exercised the muscles of actively turning away from the vanity and actively essentially putting the vanity in the lake of fire. That essentially I've got the false prophets mapped out through the vanity, through congealing it all into the vocabulary of the vanity, and then that gives a well-rounded character of the false ego, false prophet, and then I guess the false prophet has a bit of it has two witnesses in some sense. It has the internal witness within itself that coalesces it around the vanity, and it has the external character, which is how you related to it as when you were the superego, which means that the superego is atrophied into a death, into a solidified identity that contracted with that false prophet. So you have to see it from both sides. You have to see it, the false prophet, from within the false ego complex, and you have to see the false prophet from the identity of the superego. And in some sense, looking at the false prophet from within the false ego complex is actually the broader identity. You need both, but in some sense, the one is not sharply as delineated as the other, because the identity that you contract with the false prophet with, from the perspective of the superego, that identity is a singular identity, whereas just understanding the false prophet from the false ego complex itself is almost like a universal spectrum. That requires a kind of a general knowledge or a universal knowledge in some sense, in which you're understanding all the dynamics from all the different perspectives, and that requires a reference system that is actually that requires uncovering a kind of universal reference system, which would be something like my 17 model. That requires a kind of a Tao philosophy, a philosophy of everything, or at least of the way of everything, or discerning the spirits, as it were. So the point here, at least, is that the particular and the general are both necessary in consolidating the false prophet, and then essentially then the actual work of just putting it into the lake of fire. So I guess perhaps I need to experience this more personally firsthand before I conjecture and speculate as to the procedure and the problems, and perhaps the missing elaboration that I won't talk about, I guess, before I've done more personal work, let's just say. But I guess this is an adjacent sort of issue. But it is also interesting as well that when the Christ figure that is described, or the Christly stature which is described in many places in the and the attainment of that Christly stature, which is spoken about in the scriptures in the New Testament, one who has not lifted up his hand unto vanity, seen of angels, justified in spirit, that description, that's, I guess, sort of like the final step, the capstone, as it were. Um, Obviously, the earlier work is very arduous. I've described some of that, and I guess the scriptural references that I would give to that is when it talks about the ascended man, and it talks about then going under the earth, reaching under the earth before precipitating the ascended man, essentially. And it talks about essentially the some beast connotation to what is going on underneath the earth, but having to go down, having to descend before one ascends and becomes an ascended man. That one has to first descend, and that descent under the earth, and it has this. It uses beast. It uses the word beast in some sense. That's but anyway, that I would say, I would weave that into the things that I was describing. But anyway, okay, I'm just going to stop this recording now. But that's, I think, all the important sort of theoretical structure around self-actualization and therapy of these structures, of these pathological structures. These are further ancillary notes that are sort of rejoinders to topics that I wanted to get into these details, but then I sort of went into other topics and other tangents, and they sort of got left behind. But in some sense, I wanted to continue the similarity between the narrative, the unifying narrative, and the world, as it were. And in some sense, the unifying narrative also, in some sense, I think the project of spirituality within humanity has been one that has been operating in a systematic way, and it's gone through different phases, and at different phases, different sections of the false ego complex has been developed because it needed to develop in order to solidify the sides of the mind, as it were, within a kind of culture that was capable of bearing the sophistication needed to see the machinations and the workings of the spirit of man, of the false ego complex. Because only through essentially the knowledge of the spirit of man can one precipitate the Son of Man. The way out is the way through. And this is what was being engineered by the judges, and why they hated the idea that there should be a king, because that was a regression, because everyone should actually have been like the judges, and the judges really, and that's the culture that we sort of live in now, in the New Testament sort of post-Christ era. It's sort of back to the judges in some sense, but the judges really saw the gravity and the scale of the problem, and it was the judges who effectively, in the projects of the judges, that precipitated the technology that would be able to that it culminated in Isaiah that discovered how the Son of Man would also be the Son of God. That was the great insight of the judges, and their contribution to spirituality, that they foresaw, and they were just, well, how the solution to the fall. And Isaiah, off the back of the experience of all the judges, standing on the shoulders of Samuel. Anyway, but essentially then we can understand that there have been three covenants with God, and there are three species of covenants with God. The Abrahamic, the Mosaic, and let's say the New Testament post-Christ spiritual situation. Um, the Mosaic, in some sense, is the feudal version of Christianity, or the feudal, or the sovereign narrative, the sovereign divine narrative, that you are living in an environment which is a reflection of the faith. You're living in a political domain that is a reflection of the faith, and or a moral domain. Doesn't have to be a political domain. It can be sort of like a moral ethos in some sense. So the culture, the environment, the atmosphere in it is the substitution of an internal faith. It's an externalized faith in some sense. It's an externalized narrative. Now this and then you have the convolution of belief and faith. The convoluting of belief and faith. So the problem here there are lots of ways of describing the covenants, so I'm not sure exactly. There's going to be a deluge of description. But essentially, the Mosaic covenant, which comes after the Abrahamic covenant, is one in which that I've just described, that the faith gets reified into a set of beliefs. The heart of faith is transcribed into a stone that you wear for protection, that you carry this stone, you carry this narrative, and you're justified by adherence to the stone, to the tablets. And so you're justified by your belief in some kind of cosmic law that is according to the narrative. And in this sense, this stabilizes the subconscious. This means that the subconscious, the beast of the subconscious side of the false ego, is stabilized in a fixed correlation to that belief. Relative to that belief, the subconscious can coalesce in a stable form, and this is essentially what allows the ego function to start to get going in some sense. The Mosaic law and the Mosaic covenant is the prerequisite to starting to show the faculty and the facility of the ego function. Then, once the ego function is established, you have the post-Christ covenant, or the I mean, I would generally just call it the grace covenant in some sense, because the technology of grace, in its sophistication, is is much more dynamic. In some sense, this allows for the sin that is not unto death. This allows for the actual tools to actually defeat the false ego complex, which the Mosaic covenant does not. So the Mosaic covenant always reconciles with the fall. It always sympathizes. It always that's the convenience and the comfort that the narrative provides. And in some sense, you could call it a kind of a prerequisite to development. And in some sense, people psychologically, as they mature, they need to go through this. But obviously, many people just stop and they don't actually move to the next stage, because their spiritual culture has been given to them by a tradition in which it is what it is. It's all or nothing. That's the only thing there is. There's nothing else that's spirituality. It's just that story. You can't go beyond the story. You can't stop being a spider. You're just a spider tending to your web, your narrative web, and rationalizing and aligning everything into that web. So it's interesting that, well, Abraham was called the father of the nations anyway, but the Abrahamic covenant, in some sense,
is strange because, in some sense, it's the prerequisite for everything in some sense, but it is something like your beingness is just justified as long as you're in the lineage, as long as your ancestral forefather is Abraham and you're a spiritual inheritor of Abraham's um, legacy, uh, uh, for his children to belong to the nations. And in some sense, it's the kind of the guarantor that you can enter the nations, and although they be unholy objects, and the greatest nation of all is the imagination, the worldly thinking, the fleshly thinking of the future, of the self-image seen in the future, enslaving the present. Um, that one can engage in these things, and one can have a robust uh, um, inner child in some sense. That you can be you are safely allowed to be an inner child, to conduct an inner child, um, and you are covered, and you will just and that is a justified form of being in some sense. And so the Abrahamic covenant um, exemplifies the conservation of the inner child, and also some of its edification and structuring in some sense. That they are the and you have to also remember that the inheritors of this legacy as well are the is Islam, and Islam in some sense was the focus of stabilizing the subconscious through, let's say, in some sense, they are the masters of social harmony and social peace by essentially portraying the narrative, by endorsing the narrative in a judicious way. In some sense, they show the ego function at peace with the narrative, whereas the Mosaic covenant is the inner child at peace with the subconscious. Um, they're both variants of the Mosaic covenant. But they just anyway. In some sense, the Islamic structure of belief, um, in some sense, is problematic because then they need the Christian component. But I mean, if you read the Gabriel Hadith, they have to be Christian, otherwise they're not Islamic. But and a lot of them, they don't actually look for the the um, uh, the Injil, uh, which is the gospel. They don't, and if they don't have the gospel, if they don't have the Injil, they're actually not Muslim. But anyway, this doesn't bother them because they say, well, the Injil is actually just the Bible. It's not the gospel. It's the Bible, and the Bible is the same as the Quran, so it makes no difference. It's in the Quran. That's what they say. Um, and so anyway, that's their kettle of fish. Anyway, there are some true seeking Islamic inspired people who are looking for the Injil because they know that they need it to be Muslim, but they well, obviously the Christian world, supposedly Christian world, so-called Christian sects, there is much many different schools of different thinking and that whole world in some sense. Anyway, this is such a tangent. But anyway, the Mosaic covenant, the subduing of the subconscious through being justified by belief. In some sense, the belief from essentially the law of Deuteronomy and such, um, is from the inner child side, whereas the Islamic tradition is the idea of a meta analysis of law, a teleological analysis of the law, and in some sense, how they frame their beliefs, in some sense, has a some sense it sort of it takes they you know, you have to understand that the different level of intellectualism in Islam is that they are really looking at it from the top down. They almost take the God's eye point of view for themselves, and they allow themselves that kind of moral engineering that, and this is also represented in things like taqiyya, that they're allowed to be dishonest, they're allowed to be deceptive for the faith. They're allowed to be agents, meta agents of um, diplomatically, by any means necessary, fulfilling the narrative. So they see the narrative not only from below it, but also from above it, and just making sure that the end, so essentially the means can justify the ends from that perspective, because as long as they arrive at the narrative, that will justify them in some sense, making the belief true. So in some sense, Islam can make the belief true by their action, whereas in the Deuteronomy side, it's clear obedience in some sense. Um, Although you can also you can also get to the same kind of what I would generally call a kind of toxic arrangement, where you are doing a meta-analysis of the narrative, and therefore the beliefs themselves generate sub-beliefs that allow for their transient application. Anyway, I mean, the Mosaic covenant inevitably leads to that kind of gerrymandering and jerry rigging. There's no way around it, because the narrative itself is fundamentally, it's exteriorized. It's not the heart of faith. It's not. It has nothing. It doesn't really have any deep spiritual roots in some sense, but it does allow you to engage in certain patterns of consistency, which can essentially be a stepping stone to seeing some of the dynamics more. But in some sense, if you're doing it only for the narrative and you can't look at it from an independent or a secular perspective, then you also can't gain any of that insight. So it's problematic that the Mosaic covenant is like a sort of is a bit like a program, and you plug it into something and it just takes over the whole machine, and it just and its first thing is conquest generally, and observance in some sense. Um, so in some sense, the Jewish influence and the secularizing influence that Judaism has had, in that it doesn't proselytize its religion, but it does, in some sense, that commixture between Gentile society and Judaic influence, um, in some sense, has well, this is even the context in which Jesus himself um, is philosophically uh, enters the picture, and even in his day, he's in a mixed. He sets up 12 apostles for the Gentiles, and he says essentially that I am, and I will just, me alone is I will, I'm the only one that proselytizes to the Jews, and my 12 apostles, they're for the Gentiles, they're not for the Jews. I'm speaking directly to the Jews, and when he's speaking directly to the Jews, he is um, he's calling them hypocrites. He's criticizing them. He's running circles around them philosophically, etc. etc. Anyway, moving on. The Abrahamic covenant essentially is just that you're allowed to be. It's justifiable to involve yourself in the nations, um, because it is the nations themselves. That is the structure of the inner child. The negation in, you know, the the compartmentalization and categorization of the belief structure themselves, the system of categories, which is in some sense it's only solidified once it correlates with the social mask, with the subconscious, but in some sense it is what is being ordered by the nations. That is the basic substrate. In the matrix analogy, that's like the architect um, designing what will become the matrix, which in this analogy would be what will become the subconscious environment, or the social masks, the feeling body, and how it relates to other masks, and that interconnectedness of roles, and system of interrelatedness, this kind of a culture of ongoing relatedness. So you can see how these things, they never sort of exist by themselves. They exist as a springboard for the next thing in some sense. But I guess, yeah, the Mosaic covenant is the hardest one to sort of crack and move on to the grace covenant. But in some sense, these covenants are even the stages of development. You need the Abrahamic covenant when you're a very young child. You need the Mosaic covenant perhaps when you're sort of pre-teen, in your early sort of formative years, and then you need some of that insight at some point to then precipitate the grace covenant, which is a sophisticated sort of understanding of how these sides of the mind interrelate, and how they can be regulated and how they can be dysregulated, and create internal feedback and things like that. And then essentially it's a kind of rationale which is I believe driven from the inner child. That understanding is in the inner child, and that understanding is essentially also the seed of the false ego's own destruction. That rationale includes a kind of commitment that it's capable of sacrificing itself. I was going to give an example of this. There's a descendant of Cain called Lamech, and it says in Psalms that if Cain, uh, if to kill Cain is to be revisited sevenfold, whatever is done to Cain, then to kill Lamech, what 77-fold will be revisited against you. Um, and I think that this is because Lamech was actually capable of generating a self-terminating vanity, a vanity that was capable of cutting itself for essentially efficiency. The idea that if greater efficacy and efficiency could be achieved by contracting the vanity, by sacrificing part of the vanity, then his vanity was actually capable of doing that, of essentially having in a belief form a kind of self-revising, self-terminating, or self-limiting belief, that it was a structure of belief that was capable of sacrificing at least parts of itself. And that is, I think, what Lamech was exemplified, and why that was said about him at 77-fold. Anyway, moving on. Uh, and obviously the categorization system, you can see the Abrahamic, during the Abrahamic covenant in some sense, or that there's a certain level of conservation, a sort of an intrinsic kind of selfishness in some sense, of self-preservation, that you are just going to conserve the ability to do this. And so there's a raw exertion of, well, I have the right to secure my future, not even my present, but also my future. And you can see the kinds of things that happen in the that the judges are conserving this line. They are conserving the root of the covenant in some sense. They're securing their developmental path um, towards the Mosaic, or in terms of keeping the root of the Mosaic system well nourished in some sense, and conserved. And so, in the prophecies that the judges uh, um, precipitated, and the guidance, the spiritual guidance um, that they exemplified uh, uh, in terms of this God's plan, and their the plan that was being, let's say, collectively discerned by, I mean, in some sense, you could call it the collective unconsciousness as well, perhaps. Anyway, the spiritual address of all uh, sentient life, it, it is connected in this potential communion. And anyway, I'm not going to get into the deep metaphysics of the Elohim, but anyway, but yeah, I mean, people don't stress this enough, because the narrative displaces this, but the actual importance of the individual spirit, and the condition of the individual spirit inhabiting a particular soul. This is the real. This is essentially the only part of reality that matters. That that dimension of activation, or dormancy, or passivity, and actualization, between that life and death. And essentially the life itself is not just, the life has its, the actual activity of that life is its own pursuit, is its own quickening, is its own dynamic thing when it is alive. But when it's dead, in contrast to it being alive, it's just I mean, in a sense, that's not like a kind of cosmic fatalism in some sense, but that is a spirit embroiled in its own confected self delusion and self dishonesty in some sense. And anyway, the actual, let's say, the true light of being, the internal light, which is just behind the door that you just have to open, and then you can hear. Anyway, I guess I'm just trying to get to the point where I'm sort of describing that the majesties of Elohim. What is the description of the kingdom of God? The description of the kingdom of God is that we will be rulers, plural, rulers and judges, plural, in the kingdom of God. Rulers and judges. You see, it's a culture of the brethren, the magnificence and the majesty of the Spirit, the triumph of the Spirit in the earthen vessel. And what is that Spirit? That Spirit is effectively the Son of God. That's all it is. And the Son of God is not, it's not something that is a vicarious redemption. It's something that is unlocked and from being unbridled from within. It is the true state that has been covered over by the fall, and Christ consciousness. It's almost an atheistic form of belief in some sense, that the understanding is God and life eternal, and that's what it says in 1 John chapter 5, right near the end, like the third or the second last verse. And this is God and life eternal, that he is that the Son of God hath come and hath given us an understanding, that the life is in his Son. Paraphrasing there, but just read that very carefully in the King James, in just the plain King James version, not the New King James version or the Revised King James version, just the King James version. It's very, very clear. Anyway, so I was going to get into the similarity between the narrative and the sort of the world. And there were some other ancillary issues that I wanted to clean up. Oh, the flesh. It's interesting that, it says flesh and blood will not inherit the kingdom. But it says that Jesus Christ comes by water and by blood. Not just by water, it stresses that. And it says that flesh and blood will not inherit the kingdom. That's because the kingdom is constructed out of flesh and blood. The kingdom inhabits flesh and blood. And in some sense, it transcends the world, but it still is inhabited by the world. The world doesn't, it virtually is dissolved, but it's not actually, it's displaced. It's by its character, by how it is seen, by how it is understood, but it doesn't actually change. It doesn't sort of materially go away. It goes away by a spiritual action, in that it is continually, in an ongoing fashion, transcended. So I just wanted to sort of, that in some sense, then it can be understood that Emmanuel, which has been translated as God with us, can also better be translated as God with flesh. That the Son of God, and that the spiritual name Jesus Christ, which literally means Jehovah saves the anointed of God. Jesus means Jehovah saves. The tetragrammaton saves. I am that I am saves. That's what Jesus means. And Christ means the anointed of God. So you put them together. Jehovah saves the anointed of God. The tetragrammaton saves the anointed of God. I am that I am saves the anointed of God. God saves those who are anointed of God. That's what his name means. So the question is, well, how do you get anointed by God? Well, 1 John chapter 4 and 5 explain exactly the Christ consciousness. Ephesians chapter 4, you have to reach the full stature of the Christ. Not blown about by the winds of doctrine, but until a man reaches the full stature of Christ. In Corinthians it says we have the mind of Christ. It literally says that in Corinthians. These believers say we have the mind of Christ. That is the point. You must be able to say I have the mind of Christ. That Jesus Christ is come in this flesh. I can confess that Jesus Christ is come. It's that simple. Anyway, belaboring these things, there were two other aspects that I wanted to bring up. The similarity between the kind of yeah, I mean, it's interesting. It's hard to interrupt the narrative because it's on auto play in their mind so much that how can you ever, you can't pause it to get them to consider an alternative. And they won't jump ship unless they can see an alternative that looks like the same ship anyway, or that has the same form as the same ship. So yeah, the Mosaic covenant is a bit of a trap, is a bit of a never-ending, spell-binding diversion. And it also describes the factions of the worldly dominions in some sense, in their various disagreements and such. But in some sense, I mean, it also then helps to elucidate those factions, which would otherwise, you would just be part of the game and you wouldn't be able to see through it, as it were. And in some sense, this was the Abrahamic template, just elaborated slightly. How to precipitate maturity from that level. In some sense, it's better to have that kind of narrative in a pure secular form, because then at least, well, I guess they also have their external authority and they also have their game of self-assuredness and self-satisfying self-gratification. I mean, that's the kind of worldly agreement that people, that's the kind of wicked rational alignment that people are happy to cultivate and to collect for themselves. It's much easier, I guess, being a part of an external story than having to contend things and be self-propelling in an internal sense, um, and connected to your faith internally in some sense, rather than just have this internal hook that is a replica of the externalized um, sign of the times. It's, I mean, this is why I've always been critical of perennialism, and I do see that this kind of theology is just another variant of that same kind of perennialist inclination. Just, I mean, essentially, there's the perennialism that is a kind of pluralist. They'll take a little bit of everything, and it all means the same thing, and then you get roughly a similar kind of perennialism where it's a single. There's no plurality. It's just it's a unified, concretized stone in some sense, and it's just sort of the praising of the stone. There are some issues perhaps that I need to round out, like the issue of law itself, where like the promises that are made that the law will not essentially go to waste. And the only way that I can sort of deal with that is just say that the law then, because the alternative model in some sense is that your understanding has to serve your faith. And when your understanding is serving your faith, it has a different kind of fidelity that it has to conserve and maintain. And it is a far more onerous form of meticulous account keeping and tracking of things. It's not quite the same sort of things. It's like a style guide, and it's tracking style and a certain level of evaluation of where things are in their process. And those processes are um, contained and recorded um, from your, let's say, subjective witnessing of them. But then that active sort of record keeping, as it were, um, requires a kind of vigilance. And that vigilance, in some sense, could be said to be the fulfillment of the law. That meticulous vigilance and that upkeep of awareness, in some sense, that you're interfacing with a kind of record keeping that, in some sense, well, you don't keep the record, but you track with the with taking down the record. The record is kept by itself. In some sense, that is also the observance of the faith, that the rationale is vigilantly and with fidelity maintaining. But yeah, that rationale is in some sense an unbroken ontological chain, which is in some sense the history of your spiritual development in some sense, or your spiritual story, as it were, or the journey of the spirit in some sense. But and in no way does it actively have purchase over your soul. the faith has the purchase over your soul, but the rationale, the understanding, can seek to track things, but it cannot track the entirety of the soul. It does not judge the soul. It does not. Um, the soul belongs to God, and one is the lane that one is kept in is the spiritual activity and the spiritual process. It's not in keeping track of the narrative and the soul in some sense. That's for the Holy Ghost. Uh, you are in communion, or you're relating to the part of God, the Holy Ghost, that's keeping track of that. You just have to make sure that your relationship is good with the Holy Ghost, and that you're not trying to conjure it, to pin it down, that you're capable of eating the fruit of life and dealing in the mystery as the mystery is unfolding, and you are earnestly and authentically pursuing the mystery, as it were. But that's not the mystery of God. That's the mystery of life, as it were, the mystery of the unfolding. Um, that you know that the Father is, in some sense, the Father has a plan. But in some sense, but you can see the current state of the plan, but you can't see the whole plan, because you can only see the current. You can only ever see the current state of the always unfolding plan. So that's why the reference system of this is the Father. Um, the actual kept records is pervaded by the Spirit of the Father. Uh, the Holy Ghost is dealing with the present tense aspect of God, and the understanding that is doing these things, that is keeping these things distinct and delineated, and is participating within this arrangement and organization of its own understanding, is the Son. So your understanding is the Son. And it must have fidelity to that, and hope that there is a plan. Uh, but the content of that plan, in some sense, is again, in the present tense, it's held by the Holy Ghost, and you don't know the contents of the plan. Um, and in some sense, the aspect of the plan that you have to fulfill and to pursue is, to summarize it, it's hope in adversity. And the distinction of that hope, or the contents of that hope, you see, it must be framed in such a sort of vague way, because if you knew the plan, then the rest of spiritual machination, the rest of spiritual activity would just be zealotry and pedantry. Because it is hope and adversity, it can have actual virtue, and it can have actual discerning. It just can't have discerning that has a certain level of certitude, that has a certain kind of concreteness. It has a kind of, let's say, spiritual confidence in itself, but it can't say what will be, what will, it can't say what will be. It can say what might be, and it can even also then, it must concede, it must always cede ground on a technical level in terms of what will be. It must always see that it doesn't know what will be, and that it might be wrong, also then as a technical concession. But that doesn't at all even start to tarnish or diminish the contention of how things should be and the rationale of how things should be. And that is a very active restriction on one's own belief. That is a very active belief limiter, and the ongoing exercise of that belief limiter is, in some sense, the highest um, exercise of um, the observation of one's faith, or the duty and the service to one's faith, which culminates essentially in the hope in adversity, in the which allows one to do real feats and to be self-compelled, and not just to look for the only the most opportune and convenient and comfortable of narrative windows of opportunity, uh, which a spider can so easily use the web as a convenient shield in some sense. Um, but yeah, I mean, that kind of, so there's a difference between robust living and camouflage living in the world and the system that gets, where everything gets confected into a single medium, where there's no real active delineation, because you can always just tell the time by the things that are just happening around you in some sense, and you just have to tether yourself to that cloud. You have to tether yourself and hook yourself onto that to go with the flow of that narrative. But all the important things are happening inside the spiritual sort of aspects. But anyway, what were the other things that I wanted to get to? The other things that I wanted to get to, it's about politics or culture. Maybe it was something more about the vanity. So, I mean, just thinking, turning away from the vanity in some sense. I mean, I think I've already also pointed out that the weakest point perhaps is the subconscious, is the point of re-stimulation the most in some sense, kind of reminiscence of the dynamics in some sense. But where was I? I don't actually remember where I was. I guess in the therapy that I sort of have already outlined, that perhaps the superego witness of the false prophets, that can only sort of be fixed in some sense when it regards itself to take on a new identity from the fixed role that it was taken from being interlocked with the false ego complex, that it resolves that identity issue or the atrophy of its identity by adopting the the status of the Son of God, and the false ego itself becomes the Son of Man. Um, and essentially they both then, they're the same but they're different. They are different sides of the same coin, but they then the false ego complex in totality takes on a different role as the Son of Man, and it knows how to fluidly cycle itself internally. It knows how it knows every facet of its internal machinations, and it knows, and so in a virtual sense, it's still working, but it's working in such a virtual way that it's being cancelled out by the Son of God in some sense. But essentially then it also has that sensitivity from those internal workings, that it can correspond to karmic energy, or to other false ego complexes, or to other worldly constructions. It can actually deal with worldly energy. It can deal with the world. It can deal with the arguments of the world because it has an antenna to do it with, being the Son of Man in some sense. And so when I say that, for example, that flesh and blood will not inherit the kingdom because the kingdom is constructed out of flesh and blood, that it doesn't get washed away and disappear, that it is in an ongoing way, it is being responded to by the transcendent actualization of the self, of the enlightened self, of the godliness, and the understanding of godliness in all of its relevant facets, so that the world can be dealt with without having the contagion of the world being replicated within the self, uh, so that the world can be modeled and constructed and responded to without being assimilated by it. And this does require that the mystery of God shall be finished, as it says in Revelations. But I mean, the Son of Man needs to send messages to the flesh, while the Son of God, and send the flesh to be crucified as well, which requires handling it, which requires you help the flesh. The Son of Man helps the flesh to crucify itself. And it needs an antenna in order to do that. It needs to know how to deal with worldly energy in order to do that. And the Son of God is in essentially the receivership of the message that is the experience of life in some greater sense. So the Son of God even receives the Son of Man, and receives, I mean, everyone, even in the Old Testament, all of the great um, writers and in the Christian scripture, uh, they all already knew that they were the sons of God, that everyone was the son of God. They just didn't talk about it much because it's dangerous to say that, hey, you're a son of God. Because what does that mean in the context of being fallen? It's not a very useful factoid to have. It can be quite a misleading factoid to have, because then you can think that, oh, well, if I'm the son of God, then there isn't a problem here. But there is a problem here. It's called the fall. It has to be dealt with. So we have to go through the Son of Man. But the the Son of God um, receives everything, even the world, and even the influence of the world. And the Son of God even gives itself to the world, but the world cannot receive it. But the Son of Man, who the world does receive, can't can't does not receive things from the world, but it sends messages to the world. So this is kind of like a fixed circuit sort of relay as a solution to worldly energy in terms of handling it. So the Son of God, in an unfiltered way, still receives everything that the world is doing, but it doesn't, and it gives itself to the world, but the world does not receive it, and so it can't send anything to the world. The Son of God cannot send a thing to the world. The world cannot receive anything, even though it is given. It is given. The Son of God. Um, but the only thing that the world can receive is from the Son of Man, which can send things to it. And the Son of Man is just is a signature of faith which can actually be surmounted, which can actually enter into the contest in the world in some sense, the contestation which the world contains, and it can captivate it, but not without a price essentially, although that will be a worldly price which will be labeled onto the Son of God, and the worldly labels will overcrowd and crowd out, let's just say, even the claim of divinity that the Son of God has, that it will seem tarnished from the perspective of the world. It won't seem tarnished from the perspective of the Son of Man. But how many sons of man are there? Well, I mean, when I mean that in a practical sense. I don't mean that in a spiritual sense. There's only one Son of Man, Jesus Christ, which is the true understanding, which is which is in some sense the only begotten Son is the
original state of the understanding that needs to be reverse engineered or rediscovered, as it were, or uncovered from the fall. But it is the original state, the original word, um, the original tone of consciousness, that contains meaning, the tone of meaning that the consciousness um, the tone of meaning that consciousness is the best sort of analogy is light, that essentially illuminates meaning with the tone that the word is animated in terms of the container of the mind. Anyway, so moving on. What was that point that I was on about? So I was talking about that because I've made this recording too long. I'm sort of losing energy, but okay, is that what was I even talking about? I've got other work that I need to go do. Okay, wait, I wanted to talk about the vanity, so that what is it? Turning your back on the vanity, putting it down. The narrative belief system. Let me just imagine the commitment not to do that when one is confronted by having a role imposed on them, an identity imposed on them, which is re-stimulating, let's say, which is obscuring the Son of God aspect, which perhaps one was able to find, which then is having a knock-on effect, because then it is no longer receiving things from the world.
And it's probably actually probably the inverse. I've probably swapped them around badly. It's probably the superego one is probably the Son of Man, and inside the false ego one, because that's the one that actually has to have a general understand and a universal understanding of what it is. So it might even be the other way around. But in some sense, that would just mean that the what I said about receiving and sending is still true. It's just the object would change. So then, if the Son of Man was in the superego position, it would be receiving from the reference system, from the thing that's keeping track of the keeping not keeping track but keeping the records and unfolding the record into more of the record, into an elaborated unfolding of the record from what it is, and that has its overarching character of love, and conforms to that, and then that is what it is receiving from. So then the Son of Man is receiving from God, and the Son of God is sending. And so therefore what's happening to the Son of Man is being mediated by God's plan, which is in some sense that mystery that's sort of unfolding to some extent, and which is the Holy Ghost, which one must just eat of the fruit of life and be content with the mystery, as it were, as one pursues your part in it, in terms of the hope and adversity, which is an active central role, which is that you, when I say it's your part is not known what your part is, but you have your discerning, which you are pursuing, which is your active spiritual sensibility, um, that you are responsible for conducting, and being compelled, internally compelled, so that you have an internal locus of control there, which is based in your faith, and you are, which is being served by your rationale. So your rationale is in service to that internal faith, or that internally apprehended and appreciated faith. It's not an externalized faith. You are making it externalized by your active participation, and you are negotiating it into creation in some sense. It's not happening around you, it's happening through you. And in that sense, it's only happening through you and through those other parts of things that are also happening through you, because you've aligned yourself with them. You are in communion, and in some sense you can be part of a collective entity in that sense. But then your responsibility is also pooled in that you are jointly and severably responsible, but in the sense that you're not severably responsible, in the sense that, well, if somebody does something bad, it's just on them. It's that, you're on the hook for the most possible, sort of reasonable extension. That's sort of, it's closer to a strict liability anyway. But and then the Son of God that is receiving, sorry, and then the Son of God, if that's taking on the character of this, and displacing the functioning of the false ego, is operating the functioning of the false ego the Son of God has the levers of control over the false ego and is just essentially using it as a sensitive antennae in some sense, it is can use that antennae to send messages to the world, but again, the world can't receive it. So what's the point of that? And then the Son of God would live in the world, a world that cannot hear it. But if it would be in the world, then that is actually, well, I mean, as I said, the kingdom is made up of flesh and blood, so it can come across other sons of God, and it can be in communion with those other sons of God. So it's like it's a vessel. It's a earthen vessel for the Son of God. Yeah, that makes more sense. Yeah, and then so essentially, there is worldly diplomacy in the sense that it has to tolerate and cope and handle with the world with the sensitivity of the antennae that it has, which will, in some sense, it will have transcended, but essentially it'll have the antenna that it has, and that will have a certain capacity, that will have a certain propensity, that will make it amenable to certain gifts and less amenable perhaps to other gifts. It will make it capable in some ways and incapable in other ways. Well, it'll have all the faculties, but it perhaps won't have them all equally strong. Oh, but perhaps also that they can be augmented and grown or developed also by communion, edifying. Its faculties and discerning with more um, shared capabilities. Yeah, that actually makes that, I guess, is the model of the internal, let's say, the abled religious structure. So it's interesting if the vessel of the false ego is an important feature. Anyway, what else should be said about this? Is an important feature of spiritual life, and that its capacities are taken over. But let me think. So the Son of Man then is the key to salvation then, and to appreciate it, you first have to precipitate, let's say, the Son of God. But the Son of God has to go through a developmental process in which the Mosaic sort of phase is transcended, and that is not clear. Many people seem to be stuck on that, the narrative, some unitary narrative. Worldly factions. I guess all you can say is how similar they all are to one another, even though they are different, but they are so similar in formula. Their contents are merely slightly different, and their subject matters and they all have the same kinds of subject matter. They also have the same kinds of subject matter commixture of convoluting concepts and merging things badly.
where they always get into this kind of jelly. They always get into this weird kind of semantic jelly, because then essentially everything is loose and agile, that they can just keep on jumbling around the loosely associated concepts, and they know that all these bags of loosely associated concepts are related to one another, but they won't actually, map them out, because then that would lose the agility, that would lose the ability to always seemingly make sensible sounding statements, and everything sounds sensible even though the same word has been essentially used incoherently, or at least inconsistently, to create an incoherent understanding overall, but the understanding was never the point. And so the iniquity can really go quite badly, that essentially you can leverage absolute beliefs against the world and feel superior to it and have your own dominion carved out, and your own sort of autistic bubble, where you where your kind of ideological privilege is a inverse reflection of the privilege, of the accusation that you have against the world, that it is holding to itself a kind of privilege that you perceive as iniquity. Well, you are essentially doing the same by the justification of the accusation. So the accusation is just the insulation of allowing you to do a similar thing, just in a slightly different realm, because you've made another realm essentially more elevated, and you're, and what's to say that the distinction between your higher realm and the worldly iniquity is such a canonical distinction? Well, your narrative tells you that, so it's a circular tautology in essence. I guess that's the problem, is just that, you're dealing with things that are fundamentally tautological, and so there's no way to jam it open other than saying that it's a self-consistent tautology, well done, and you can sort of cherry pick your way any way you want to just kind of keep on rationalizing how the tautology is decent, and is deserved, and makes things simple, and the simplicity is necessary. Following directly on from the last recording now, yeah, this is sort of slightly theoretical sort of things, but it is interesting that if in some sense, if because of the false ego and the fall, that the extrication of which involves the development of the Son of Man, Son of God, sort of diode solution, if perhaps there is a formulation, I'm just sort of conjecturing slightly theoretically, whatever, that because in the record then there was a phase in which one was fallen, but that's part of your spiritual record, as it were. That's part of your spiritual development, and in some sense the question is, does it ever get bleached out? Or if in the integration of that developmental record, then it forces the ongoing compensation by the ongoing use of this Son of Man
Son of God diode, that they're in some sense, you can't ever go back to, in some sense perhaps there was no stable unipole way of doing this, because in that sense then you could only live in a garden, you couldn't live in the world. But to actually have a stable understanding of godliness that could actually withstand the abrasion of worldly energy or worldly relations or worldly temptation, is to have calibrated this Son of Man, Son of God. Interchange, that internal corroboration or stabilization is the foundation upon that the world can be overcome and transcended, in an ongoing, perpetual sort of thing. But it also has, well, I mean, sometimes this is just to be able to absorb the shock of worldly energy, of essentially having a structure in the mind of understanding godliness that does not withstand the confrontation with the convolution that the world can perpetrate upon belief. Essentially, the world, the spirit of man was always fundamentally hollow and confused and chaotic in some sense. But it is a necessary component of existence, or it's at least a necessary capacity of existence or possibility. It is the spiritual alternative to the true spirit, and the true spirit means nothing without an actual alternative, which is why when John gives an account of creation, he says, in the beginning, the Word was God. In the beginning was the Word, and the Word was with God, and the Word was God. And he also says later in the same chapter that the Word was made flesh as well. But he also says that, perhaps it's somewhere else in John, but it is in John, that it says two spirits went out into the world. In the beginning, two spirits went out into the world. And it doesn't name them in that verse, but the two spirits are the Spirit of man and the Spirit of God. And in some sense, the Spirit of man needs to be contended with by the Son of Man, which is why the Son of Man becomes the new identity of the superego, the fourth side of the mind that is exterior to the false ego complex, so that it can relate to the false ego complex, which it understands to also be the Son of God. So the Son of Man relates to the false ego complex as the Son of God, treating it as the Son of God, and having it be given to the world, that the Son of God is given to the world, but the world cannot receive it, but it is placed in the world by the Son of Man. And then the Son of Man is no longer controlled by the spirit of man, by the world. It's no longer, so essentially it's the rehabilitation of the superego is actually the main fundamental sort of building block, the rehabilitation of the identity of the superego as the Son of Man as it relates to the Son of God. And So the narrative of, let's say, the narrative of the false ego changes from having an exteriorized faith narrative to just a narrative. In some sense, it can't really be called a narrative, but in some sense, that it gives a spiritual name to what it is. It gives a spiritual name to itself. It identifies itself. It allows itself to be enslaved by an identity, and it makes that identity, that role for itself, that participatory role that it has to gear itself through, the Son of God. It calls itself the Son of God. It names itself the Son of God. And so the false ego starts knowing itself to be the Son of God, and that is how it effectively overcomes its own internal feedback and internal self-contradiction of the different sides of the mind, how it sort of neatens itself out. And then it has a pivotal interchange with the Son of Man, which is in some sense a kind of philosophical superego overarching meta framework of how it understands its own place within its own internal understanding or rationale in some sense. So it has a rationale that is connected to an intellectual categorization and an intelligence that is structured in such a way. Structure might be the wrong word, but sort of is a sort of, it's kind of like it's internally observed, it's internally appreciated that is the arrangement of the ideal forms and of how everything sort of fits together, and how essentially that the intelligence is put into a holistic sort of resonance of faith that is comprehensive and cohesive with itself in some sense, that um, so sort of putting Humpty Dumpty together again, um, but it doesn't operate as that. It that's the shape of its intellect, which is an internal contention relative to the false ego, relative to what becomes named the Son of God. That's an internal contention that it can exude, but it doesn't. It can't. It can't. Other people can't believe in that, but they can believe on it. They can believe on that is what the Son of God is doing, and therefore they can believe on the Son of God, that it is the representative of the faith that it portends to exude. Anyway, but in its manifestation as the manifestation of anything in the world, it cannot be believed in. It's only faith that can be believed in, and that is only a subjective internal recourse. You can't externally have recourse to that, but you can externally believe on that is what is the external manifestation of the internal constitution. That is the same constitution as yours. So in some sense, it's just a kind of, the external agreement that we think that this is the same thing that we're both sharing is not the same thing as the internal recourse that we have in connection and access. And in some sense, the internal recourse and access, in some sense, is also what gives us the gifts to essentially also allow for the spiritual activity to perhaps corroborate the agreement, if there is an ostensible external agreement. But again, that ostensible external agreement is not believed in, it's believed on. It's only believed on. in 1 John chapter 5, it says, believe on, I believe as well. Believe on the name of the Son of God. It even says in 1 John chapter 5. Anyway, so then the other facet here is that so it really is the Son of Man that is the redemptive force. And it is the interchange between the Son of God and the Son of Man internally that is the actual, so to get the Son of God, because in some sense the Son of God, that's just a role that your false ego is playing, but in some sense the only thing, it has to be tethered internally to the Son of Man. Otherwise it means nothing. It's just a false ego label. It's a description on a fiction, because the false ego is already fundamentally a fiction. It already is fundamentally part of the world. It's part of the belief contestation. It has no resolution to the argument. The only thing that gives it any kind of fidelity is its connection to its own sort of overarching holistic intellect that is integrated in some sense, which in some sense is only grounded by essentially the deployment of the understanding, the comprehensive understanding that contends a unified and holistic faith that is resolute and cultivates a self-compelled determination, a self-compelling, internally compelling determination of service to that faith and of fidelity in its rationale to that faith. But if the faith doesn't even have a coherent, consistent, if it's just a kind of hodgepodge, if it's just these bundles of loosely associated thingies, that can just always be rearranged, that, oh, I've got all these nice sounding words, all the good words, I've got all the best words, and I can just always just use all the best words and just sort of jumble them up and shake them around, and I can always just extract nice sentences. It doesn't matter if I'm using the words slightly inconsistently, I'm using them roundabout well enough. And if you just have that kind of approach to it, essentially, it's just mush. It's just mud. It's just and it's sort of in that. So you try to have this fixed, rigid belief system, and that's sort of you're using the narrative to lean on to do all the heavy lifting for you, and then you never develop this internal faith in some sense. It's just a kind of, because the belief in the narrative and the belief, the narrative is the faith is the narrative in some sense. It's not a contention that you're bringing into being, because your point is that the contention is absolute, is fundamental, it is the only way, or something like that. It's all or nothing. And then you can just be self-satisfied in only doing one half of the equation while the other half languishes and goes unattended to, unembodied, you've done none of the real work internally to sort of to holistically put together that intelligence or that intellect, and so it's left in disarray. And then there are shadows that are created by that disarray as well within the false ego complex, which are just craftily spider-webbed in an insulated fashion, and the spider can use the web to absorb any of the dissonance and just dance around and be happy and content and convenient and comfortable.
And there's so many versions of the same formula, of playing that same kind of gerrymandering, that same kind of jerry rigging, of just moving the stress, diverting the stress onto another element in the narrative which somebody else isn't according to properly. Somebody else isn't in proper agreement with, so they're not doing it right or something, or so they're not apprehending the magnificence of the simplicity of the narrative or something like that, of the canonical value that the narrative holds, and being comforted by being embedded in the world story, in the world system that they've just merely labeled and given Christian symbology and Christian symbols and Christian titles and Christian prophecies to help them tell the time of where they are in their deterministic schema. Because faith hasn't even begun to even articulate anything, because it's been supplemented and displaced by these absolute beliefs. Oh, there is another sort of scripture I should have thrown in multitude of places that it would have worked. But yeah, the scripture is simply, the kingdom of God comes not with observation. And so it just, I would use that to reinforce the understanding that I've elaborated upon, that it is a participatory pursuit, that the quickening spirit is an activity, not so a cultural activity in some sense, a spiritual culture that one is actively engaged in. It is not something that is observed as a state of belief or a state of fact, or something like that. It's not in the world in that way. It's in the world through participation, not from observation. Or at least the observation that is being referred to in there means external observation. In some sense, you could call it an internal observation, in terms of if you wanted to say one observes one's own faith, by observing one's own correctly construed faith, then, well, the observation of that would actually require works, and then those works would be the participatory activity, which would, through that activity, would generate the kingdom. That it is an act of culture, it's not a state of affairs that can be believed in. It is an activity that can be believed on. So that distinction is important. And it does even refer to, I can't remember if it refers to the Son of God or Jesus Christ, but it says, believed on in the world, seen of angels, justified in faith. That description of the redeemed, some sense that is a description of someone's soul. So I mean, it's sort of, it's looking at it from the outside. It's looking at it sort of from God's point of view in some sense, and in some sense you have to understand what that would be like seen from the inside, which is not described in that passage. But anyway, the doctrine can't be fathomed from taking bits and pieces. You have to put it into a cohesive understanding. It actually has to have a clear understanding, and you don't get that clarity by simply some reduction into some oversimplified canonical narrative, externalized faith. I mean, that's just vicarious redemption. That's just trying to find an external locus of control. That's just another form of, it's just a convoluted form of idolatry, one in which one creates a very sophisticated idol of
grand proportions that support everything somehow, that is this kind of perennialist totem idolatry. But anyway, that has a particular map prescribed and detailed in some sort of list of truth conduciveness. Actually, I mean, the one lecture that Catherine Elgin gives, which is a very good lecture, which was sort of at some symposium or at some thing when she was talking about her moral philosophy quite nicely, except for the parts when she was sort of, I don't know, virtue signaling about feminism or something like that. But she's always been a proponent of, as she sees it, I guess, gender equality. But somehow, I mean, I would like to think that hopefully she distinguishes herself from the systemic oppress. Well, I mean, actually, I know for a fact that she does actually complain about statistical disequilibrium, and she takes that to be, ironically, conducive of the fact that there is a problem. So I don't know how she squares that rationalization with her generally clear philosophy, which shows the problems of being prone to a kind to epistemic conducive symbols and reductions and the problems that puts. But as soon as, I guess, you start talking about knowledge communities, you can you know you can put an otherwise pristine philosophy through the sausage machine and just and get utter, it just corrupts it entirely. But anyway, that's a bit of a tangent. But I'll give a link to that Catherine Elgin lecture in this on this uploaded video. This is back to my spiritual vocabulary series of recordings. But then I also want to segue into more, I guess I could call them speculative, but they're coming together quite nicely in terms of thoughts about therapy and self-actualization, and in terms of integrating the Son of Man and the Son of God perspective into metatype, and into how the false ego is essentially transmuted into the Son of God, and how it has an interchange with the Son of Man, and how that relates to metatype. Okay, well, now that I've mentioned it, maybe I should just say that. So in metatype, in the 17 model, there are two threads. And I've always thought of the one thread as being the Spirit of God, and the other thread as being the Spirit of Man. And the Spirit of God comes before, in some sense, and the Spirit of Man comes second. And the Spirit of Man sort of uses the component constituent parts of the Spirit of God, but it sort of shifts them um, into a different, in some sense, the core thread of the psychological dimensions is the Spirit of God, and then each of those component parts has a particular order, and then the Spirit of Man just takes that order and it shifts it to the right by one, if you go from left to right, in terms of reading it, or after it's been mapped out or whatever. And then, that order, in some sense, is an archetypal representation of how cognition functions, in terms of how mental objects, how the contents of consciousness operate, in terms of their, or at least thematically, how they operate in a way that, in a way in which you can delineate processes and show their overarching import and their overarching dynamics, in some sense. So it's just, at least my model of the 17 is just, it's a philosophy machine. It tells you, in terms of
it tells you the limit. It tells you the how each of those limits are decomposed into new realms. It tells you how that new realm essentially is encapsulated by the context of the prior, um, how you got to that specialized vantage point, as it were, or that specialized task, how it is embedded within all the other processes that are possible within cognition in some sense. The types of objects and how they relate between other types of objects in some sense, so you can sort of know where things slot in, and you can know a kind of the meta context in some sense. So in some way, it is a kind of a map of the ideal forms. It is a map of the greater of the greater in the divided line. It is the choruses of heaven, and even the earth how the earth reflects those choruses, how the earth is bound by those choruses, and in some sense this is a kind of roadmap of all, because it doesn't just show, it's, let's say, the ideal categorization of faith in some sense, or it's a fully articulated um, elaboration of the compartments and faculties of faith in some sense. So it is a so, and it's also how the categorization within faith, or the ideal forms within faith, um, function with and can be interchanged with each other in some sense. So it's the intellectual substrate of an ideal faith in some sense, and so it can also be used to contrast pathological structures. But anyway, now I'm talking about the spirit of man. So the spirit of man, in some sense, is a very important aspect, because the spirit of man never goes away. It can only be transmuted, I believe, into the Son of Man. But the perspective is, these are the two spirits that went out into the world at the beginning of creation. Two spirits went out, and there are only, and these are the two perspectives that have to be reckoned with. And the one, in some sense, the Spirit of God, is the reference system. It is, in some sense, the past, the collection of the record. And the Spirit of man is the active, in some sense. Okay, so this is, like, philosophically, this is important to understand. So this, what the Spirit of man actually is, it is thinking in the present. It is your actual think. It is the infinite. And in some sense, what create the difference between thought and thinking. So thought would be like so if you are referring to your thoughts, you are relying on the record that is being held and kept by the Spirit of God, and your relationship to that Spirit is also prone to defect and deficiency and blockages. All the blockages, in some sense, are first instantiated by the spirit of man, and then sort of build up as a sort of residue and into perhaps pathological structures, and a recurring pattern or whatever. But the spirit of man is the active force in some sense, and the spirit of God is the thing that holds all the consequences, and it tracks all the consequences, and it's within that tapestry. There is a, so in tantra, the loom, the weaving of the soul in some sense, and in some sense we don't have direct access to the soul, because the soul belongs to the Spirit of God, and we have access to the Spirit of God, but we don't have the view. We have the view from the spirit of man. That is what we are essentially. That is the only thing that we have sort of control over. We don't have control over the Spirit of God. We are prone to the record that is kept by it, and in some sense we can resonate in such a way to actually receive that record with fidelity, and to see it unfolding more greatly or more sharply or more clearly, and we can know about it, and also it can bestow gifts from seeing that, from having that, the apperception of those sensibilities that are held within those, so it does offer a sense of awareness, and that awareness, let's say, at a basic level, would generally be accessible to us to some degree, obviously not from God's eye point of view, but from the part of the record that we are a part of weaving, and how then it's plugged into to perhaps other records, and the Spirit of God as it persists in other people as well, and how it's operating other people's lives. It can have a certain efficacy of being plugged in or whatever, and interrelating with other things. Now, and then the spirit of man is, now the spirit of man is, in some sense, it's the same computer of consciousness. It's still the word. The word is doing both. The container of the mind is doing both simultaneously. But what makes the distinction between these two spirits, what makes these two spirits active within consciousness, necessarily so, is that the spirit of man is created by objectifying the self, or having a self image. Because there is an image of the self in the mind, you have objectified consciousness. Because the spirit of man is created by the objectification of consciousness into, let's call it an identity, into essentially that the spirit names itself. The spirit has the decision making ability, has the choice of being able to name itself. It can label itself, it can describe itself, and it can take those labels and descriptions as its name. And so, because it can name itself and it can objectify itself by naming itself, then it can use that mental object which represents the consciousness itself. So it can be itself within itself, or no, that's wrong. It can be, it can contend a framework about itself. It can contend a framework about itself. That is what the spirit of man is. It is contending a contemplative framework about the self. And when you are dealing with that contemplative framework, in which you are dealing with an objectification of the self, that is what we would generally call the present tense. Because you see, when you think of yourself acting in the present tense, are you actually acting in the present tense? No, but you're doing it contemplatively. And how are you? And the only way to see yourself in your mind as acting in the present tense is by objectifying yourself, is by manipulating an image of yourself in your mind. So you essentially become then a puppet master of this image. You are seeing yourself do something. You are in a disembodied sense. You are looking at yourself, but you're not actually looking at your true self. You're looking at a fiction. You're looking at something that you have contemplatively constructed. Now, there's no way of getting around this. You need a self-image. The spirit of man cannot be essentially, it cannot be stopped. It cannot be ceased in that sense. It has to be transmuted into the Son of Man. That's so you still need an image, but you need a different kind of image. You need an image that has an understanding and a rationale worked into it. Now, the reason why I wanted to add this on to the vocabulary stuff, the spiritual vocabulary stuff, is because I gave some good definitions. I gave some definitions about the world, and I said that because I was asked in a debate or a conversation or an argument. Well, define what the world is, and I didn't give a definition because I could also tell that from the context of how it was being asked, it's a much too complicated question to be given to define it as a you cannot define what the world is in terms of a signature of belief. It's not even a style of belief in the sense that styles of belief can be objectively appraised. They can't. There's no such. How would you catalog a style of belief? That's going to be based on your intellectual system or your intellectual predisposition, or your intellectual substrates. So belief is always contextualized by your general structure in your intelligence, which you are, let's say, that your belief is going to perhaps resonate with. And in some sense, the more important thing is the rationale that is going to filter and serve and service that intelligence and is going to impose itself in the belief. And in some sense, it's much more clear to say that there's a worldly rationale and then there's a better spiritual rationale. There's the spiritually minded rationale and there's a worldly rationale, but then sometimes that language also breaks down because you can just as easily talk about the spirit of the world and the spirit of the flesh and or the spirit of man even, with its bad potentialities and propensities, of leading into being confused and misled and into the ignorance of misunderstanding, into the darkness. Um, okay, so when I went into the vocabulary stuff, I got to the point where I said that essentially, that in some sense, the only true belief, if which is not even a belief itself, is a form of rationale, and that rationale doesn't even have any positive ascriptions. In some sense, it's more like a negative belief, in the sense that it puts limitations on belief. So, in some sense, I would say that the spiritual rationale, in its service to its own intellect, in service to its own faith, and contextualized by its own faith, always will prove itself to be in service of its faith by limiting its beliefs, not by having certain beliefs that it stands by, but by knowing the signature of belief that it wants to negate, or that it wants to displace, or that it knows is going to destroy the functioning of the faith, or destroy the expression of the faith rather. Um, So, in some sense, the belief, in some sense, doesn't have any independent value of truth or accuracy in itself. It's all contextualized, and in some sense, the active thing that is actually keeping the belief in some kind of reflective fidelity, although it can't even contain fidelity in itself without the context, is the active work of the rationale, which in some sense is not even trying to positively make the belief claim something. It's trying to make sure that at least your belief does not contain a a slight against your faith in some sense. And so it is a self-restrictive um, sort of mechanism, that you have certain limitations on your belief, and in some sense, the category of belief itself is relegated to be quite, let's say, it's not really that important in some sense. And this is why people, because they're so obsessed with chained thinking or narrative thinking and rational alignment, that they can't even see the wood from the trees in some sense. They're just stuck in this mental process of a certain object, which is a belief, which then leads to a chain of other thinking and beliefs connected together. And it's just, and they think that the shape of that unbroken chain is a kind of overarching validity and proof of their externalized faith, therefore of their worldly confection of a kind of system of belief that they are part of some greater story or something like that, and it's not really internally contended or maintained in some sense. It's sort of they are just part of something, and camouflaged by just being playing their role according to it or something like that. But anyway, so okay, that's sort of rehashing the debate to some degree, but let me just focus then on the spirit of man. So what the spirit of man actually is that it's the contemplative framework, which would seem like the present tense, and in some sense, I mean that is what we think of when we think of ourselves doing something in the present. When we're thinking about, oh, this is what I'm doing. Whenever you are doing something, this is sort of in the framework of the spirit of man. And then I've already said that in some sense you can't really escape it, but you have to sort of you have to impose certain duties, certain you have to force the spirit of man to fit under a certain yoke in some sense. That the two great commandments that Jesus gives, that love God above all and love your neighbor as you love yourself, in some sense those are a would be almost the exoteric um, form of how you would have to contend that faculty. But the heart of the faith, which is essentially which you only get into when you get into John, really, um, and it's sort of, and you have to understand also, the Holy Ghost is a very important sort of element of this, and stuff like that. Anyway, what's more? I don't want to rehash all that stuff about the tree of life and the tree of good and evil, and how essentially I think I went into that in the other recordings anyway. So okay, so these two spirits, in some sense, then this this metaphysics from my 17 model. This then becomes, in terms of the therapy process, at some point, this then the the false ego is something that really happened. Is something that you really, in terms of your spiritual history, is something that you actually plugged yourself into. It was a process that you actually became enslaved by. You really went through that in some sense, and so it's part of your record, right? And so I don't think that that part of the record, in a sense, gets fully bleached. It gets transformed, but it doesn't get bleached out. And in some sense, perhaps, or it gets bleached, but the lines stay, the outline stays, but the content, the color goes from it. So it becomes a kind of machine. It becomes a leftover machine in your spiritual record and history. And so the value of that, in some sense, is that I think that becomes operated, that you have to, when you reclaim the spirit of God, through redeeming the false ego to some degree, or the process of salvation that purifies it, as it were. That perhaps what is happening there is, you have to understand the 17 model. You have to understand all of the aspects. You have to have a certain knowledge, in some sense, of spirituality, of faith, through the false ego, in some sense, because there's no way to just kind of switch it off. You have to work through it. You have to actually work through it, and you have to understand the false ego in the context. You have to understand the faith, the fullness of faith, in the context of the Spirit of God, or sorry, in the context of the false ego, in order so then you can precipitate the Son of God being the false ego, in some sense, or being the reclaimed machine for God, the false ego is then a reclaimed machine for the Spirit of God, and then it becomes known as the Son of God in some sense. And then this, and then the Spirit of man, then the active part of it, you have to still operate it. You have to, and in some sense, this is where sort of the spiritual humility comes in, and this is where the kind of, in some sense, the spirit of the Son of Man is a very robotic, dutiful um, interchange of the process. The Spirit of Man has to know what the left, the left hand has to know what the right hand is doing. That it has to sort of have a certain level of vigilance in that it's having proper fidelity to an understanding, because if it doesn't have fidelity to an understanding, it's going to essentially create uh, problems downstream in the spirit of God. So the Son of Man is kind of like a certain uh, is an active is the only is in some so in some sense the Spirit of God is almost like the inert understanding that will just kind of conserve itself as long as it isn't actively. So it's kind of like spiritual knowledge, and as long as that spiritual knowledge is guarded, it's going to be actualized. It's just going to resonate with things. It's like a form of spiritual resonance, and it's going to conserve its own efficacy perfectly. But the spirit of man needs an active work, or not, perhaps not work, but it needs active. It needs to always be, the effort must always be put in to running it. Uh, it must. That is the spiritual activity in some sense. That is the spiritual activity that one must always be prone to facilitating, and so in some sense that is the yoke um, of and in some sense, it's both intellectual and cultural. The culture of the brethren, um, and it will interchange some insight with the Spirit of God to sort of touch bases and make sure that it's navigating things. But in some sense, this the Son of Man aspect is something that can both be quite forthright and self-compelled, and it can be very active. It can really give one a sense of confidence that one can do quite almost even radical things. Um, but its strength comes with its resonance with the Spirit of God, and its strength comes with its sort of that it's kept all its own ducks in a row, and it's capable of revising those ducks when it works out that actually something new happened, and actually one of the ducks that were in a row were actually that duck belongs to a different row, and you're learning things about the ducks all the time. The Spirit of Man is capable of learning things about the ducks all the time, and it also has a certain in some sense, I think that the aspect of the law. So, in some sense, in the Spirit of God and the Son of God, the law is written on the heart. But in terms of the Son of Man, there is a sense of participatory persuasion and negotiation in some sense. There is a form of diplomacy in some sense, but a lot of that diplomacy and a lot of that sort of rough, sketchy work can very easily be completely regulated well when everyone is clearly operating within a similar enough culture in which the Spirit of God can sort of facilitate a kind of a communion of coordination. Um, but yeah, the Son of Man is the description. I got the scripture wrong slightly. It's seen of angels, believed on in the world. So the Son of Man can be believed on, not believed in, but believed on. So in that sense, it is never wrong, even when it makes mistakes. You see that it can make mistakes and still not be wrong and still believed on in the world, justified in the spirit. I said justified in faith, but I think the actual scripture is justified in spirit, believed on in the world, seen of angels. Anyway, okay, so and so you can see how I was almost using a lot of that philosophical structure when I was talking about, okay, well, the 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 superego that exists outside of the false ego complex is that active spirit of man, in some sense, that has calcified into a singular identity that contracted with the false prophet, which essentially is the contract is the seed of the false ego complex, and in some sense the false prophet. I guess the false prophet itself must be seen as a kind of as an independent voice, which was sort of conjured up within the context the of the spirit of man, that the spirit of man sort of conjured up a kind of duplicitous sense of oh, here's another version of yourself that you can contract with yourself, and this is a kind of hypothetical future self. So it's almost like sort of the spirit of man made its own spirit of man within itself. Anyway, I don't want to go into that tangent too much, but that's also an interesting angle to understand exactly the kind of the ontology, the specific ontology of the false ego complex. Um, oh, but yeah, I mean, it was interesting. 'Cause in this debate, I was told, oh, you're not being cool and collected and logical, as I was hearing the most pathetic kind of reasoning that was just so irrational, and all it was doing was rationally aligning its own narrative. And it was just, the logical steps that were being made were just so specious and pathetic that essentially all it could do is use cha- chairing the tone of the discourse as a way to prove its own validity, because the reason that it's making is just so poor. It's so unreasonable. Oh, you don't have the right temperament, so obviously it's because you can't handle listening to the truth. And allow me now, while I compare myself to Jesus, uh, as if um, Jesus never got emotional or angry, and he was always cool and collected, I'm sure. um, well, I mean, I guess that's at least a scriptural. He never got angry when he was dealing with the Pharisees. He was always cool and collected. But I mean, the kind of there was another point here, um, to be raised about the emotional, the tone policing, and chairing and sort of unilaterally chairing the discussion. But I mean, I guess it has to do with there was there's a broader point as well to be made about that. Yeah, sort of creating criteria for the other person to have to fulfill in order to be regarded as valid and to be regarded. Oh well, I guess it was just my general claim that essentially this is how the spider and its narrative web operates. That it can just be this happy little spider, and it can use the web to absorb the shock of any kind of challenge, and then it can just sort of dance around the web and try to deploy the web in its very, I mean, it has this very dishonest way of actually reasoning in some sense, because it can't actually make clear substantiations. It can only just show this rational
aligned web, and so it just keeps on sort of trying to deploy these little tidbits. Uh, um, oh, you see, that lines up with that, lines up with that. That's what they have for reasoning. That's what they take as being reasoning, is just this web that is all interconnected. And then they just have this kind of this disgusting kind of cherry picked speciousness where they can make things that sound compelling because oh yeah, I mean, sorry, this is what I wanted to say, which continues with the Jesus comparison, if I'll be allowed that. Yeah, so I guess when Jesus was angrily rebuking the Pharisees, um, and even raising his voice, and not being cool and collected, that when he was doing all of those things, uh, he was making things overly complicated. He didn't realize how simple it was, and how and how nicely that the Pharisees had sorted things out on such a just how cool and collected the Pharisees were, and how much simpler the Pharisees' way of thinking was. How simple it was just to have a narrative that everything fitted within. And Jesus was really just making things much too complicated, and he was being emotional and being angry because essentially he was interrupting people who were just doing their rational alignment spiderweb bullshit. Okay, well, anyway, that I mean, I'm sort of trying to illustrate it with a bit of sarcasm, but you see how I'm essentially pointing out that the way of the world has never changed, and it always takes the same form, and in essence, then I guess when it's challenged, it sort of it creates these hurdles, these obstacles, these criterias, because it can't substantiate itself. It's got such an insipid and pathetic form of irrational and weaseling, kind of interconnectedness in which it can just say, well, the narrative is just so simple. And I must say that sadly, this is why the Jehovah's Witnesses, for instance, had to destroy um, the Trinity. They have to sort of overlook it completely, because if you understand the Trinity in any kind of spiritual sense, it breaks the narrative. It makes it too complicated. Um, so they have to iron out all the problematic things. Um, and I mean, they can do it almost successfully with most of the scriptures in some sense, but they completely, you know, they have this pathetic interpretation of John, of First John chapter 4 and chapter 5. They just have to completely railroad it. I mean, it is true that the same mistake is made by so-called Christians in almost every denomination. Um, like 99% of Christians have that same narrative that I despise, as they don't understand Christ consciousness, and they do that by reading bad interpretations of First John chapter 4. They completely they change the word confession to mean something like, oh well, it's like a virtual confession. I have to say it as if I am confessing it, and then they change the tense that Jesus Christ is come in the flesh. They have to essentially misread that and misinterpret that and read bad translations that have that changed in the past tense. Anyway, okay, that's. But you can just see how it fits into the spirit of man, how that objectification, in order to stabilize the spirit of man, because it doesn't want to limit itself, it doesn't want to be um, it doesn't want to be limited. It doesn't want to be crucified, but also daily crucified. I die daily. It's the spirit of man must die daily in order uh, uh, for the spiritual actualization to occur. Um, anyway, okay, that's the end of this recording, I guess. I think that finally puts everything sort of in its place.